In the winter of 1929, a French archaeologist named Claude Schaeffer knelt beside a Syrian farmer's plough furrow near the coastal village of Ras Shamra, brushing dust from a fragment of clay. The farmer had been turning the same field for years, cursing the stones that kept surfacing from nowhere. Schaeffer looked closer. The stone was not a stone. It was a wall. And beneath that wall was a city. And beneath that city was an ending so total, so sudden, that when Schaeffer finally understood what he was looking at, he described it as a world stopped in place, mid-breath. The city was called Ugarit. It had been one of the busiest ports in the ancient Mediterranean, and then, in a single year, it simply stopped existing. The clay tablets found in its ruins recorded a plea for help that was never answered. The letter was still in the kiln, waiting to be fired and sent when the city burned around it. That was one city. There would turn out to be dozens more on both ends of the wide, glittering world of the Late Bronze Age. What happened in that one year, somewhere around 1177 BC, is still one of the great unanswered questions in archaeology. Not because there is too little evidence, because there is almost too much, and none of it agrees. Chapter 1. The Scale. If you enjoy documentaries like this to fall asleep to, subscribe. I post a new mystery like this every week. Let me start with the map, because the map is the first thing that stops you cold. Picture the eastern Mediterranean around 1200 BC, the year 1177 sitting just ahead of us like a closed door we haven't reached yet. This is not a scattered patchwork of small tribal settlements. This is a connected, sophisticated, almost modern world. Great palace civilizations ring the sea like beads on a necklace. The Hittite Empire controls most of what is now Turkey, a military superpower that had, only decades earlier, fought the Egyptians to a standstill at the Battle of Kadesh, one of the largest chariot battles in human history. Along the coast of the Levant, city-states like Ugarit grow wealthy on trade, their harbours filled with ships from a dozen nations. Mycenaean Greece, the world of Agamemnon and Mycenae's Lion Gate, of Pylos and Tiryns and Thebes, thrives in palace economies that track olive oil and wool with the bureaucratic precision of a modern tax office. Cyprus supplies nearly all the copper in the known world. Egypt under the 20th dynasty still stands as the oldest and grandest civilization anyone alive has ever known, its temples at Karnak already 1,000 years old by this point, already ancient to the people living through this collapse. I want you to sit with that detail for a moment. Ancient is a word we use loosely. But to the people I'm describing, their own past already stretched back further than the distance between us and the Roman Empire. They were not primitive. They were not simple. They were the inheritors of a civilization that had been refining itself for 1,000 years, and they had every reason to believe it would continue refining itself for 1,000 more. It did not. Here is the strange part, the part that makes archaeologists lower their voices when they talk about it. This collapse did not happen to one civilization. It happened to nearly all of them, at close to the same time, independently, and in ways that still resist a single tidy explanation. Let's walk through it slowly, because the scale only becomes real when you see it piece by piece, city by city, the way the archaeologists themselves discovered it. One dig at a time, one layer of ash at a time, decades apart, different teams in different countries slowly realizing they were looking at fragments of the same shattered picture. Start with Hattusa, the capital of the Hittite Empire. This was a city of perhaps 40,000 people, ringed by walls 6 kilometers around, home to a great temple complex and a royal archive that held tens of thousands of clay tablets, treaties, prayers, medical texts, astronomical observations, records of a bureaucracy that ran an empire stretching from the Aegean to Mesopotamia's edge. Around 1200 BC, Hattusa was abandoned, not conquered in any way archaeologists can clearly identify, not burned by an invading army that left behind weapons or the debris of a siege. The royal family appears to have left first in an orderly fashion, taking the most valuable archive tablets with them. Then squatters moved into the empty palace for a time, and then finally the city burned, but by then it seems to have already been mostly empty. The Hittite Empire, a superpower that had rivaled Egypt only a generation earlier, simply stops appearing in the historical record. Not defeated in a single battle we can point to, just gone, vanished from 1,000 years of continuous political life in the span of a few decades. Now travel south along the coast to Ugarit, the city where our story began. Ugarit was destroyed by fire so complete that the mud brick walls of its palace vitrified in places, turned to glass from the heat. Letters found in the ruins describe enemy ships attacking the coast, describe the king writing desperately to Al-Ashir, modern Cyprus, saying his troops and chariots were away fighting elsewhere and his cities were undefended. Another letter, sent from Ugarit's king to the ruler of Cyprus, contains a line that has been quoted by nearly every historian who has studied this period, because of how eerily calm and how eerily final it sounds. The enemy ships are burning my towns. They have done evil things in my country. My country is abandoned. May you know it. Ugarit was never rebuilt. Not in that generation, not in the next, not ever, not really. A city that had stood for centuries as one of the great trading crossroads of the ancient world became a mound of earth that a farmer ploughed for 3,000 years without knowing what lay beneath his feet. Keep moving. Along the Levantine coast, city after city shows the same signature in the archaeological layers, a burn layer, a destruction horizon, that thin dark line in the soil that tells excavators exactly where one era ends and another begins. Alalach, destroyed. Imar, destroyed. Kadesh, yes, the same Kadesh of the famous battle, destroyed. Megiddo shows a destruction layer. Hazor, one of the largest and most important Canaanite cities, was burned so thoroughly that its royal palace collapsed under the heat, its statues deliberately mutilated, faces and hands broken off in what looks like a very specific, very deliberate act of destruction, not the incidental damage of ordinary warfare. Cross the sea now, to Cyprus itself, the island that supplied the copper that made bronze possible in the first place. Bronze being, remember, the metal that gives this entire age its name. Enkomi, a major copper trading city on Cyprus, was destroyed and partially reoccupied, then destroyed again. Twice. As if whatever the threat was, it came back. And now the part that always stops me the longest, the Aegean, Mycenaean Greece. This is the heartland of the palace civilization that would later be remembered, dimly, distorted through 4 centuries of oral storytelling, as the world of Homer's heroes, Agamemnon, Menelaus, the whole glittering cast of the Iliad. Every single major Mycenaean palace centre is destroyed within a narrow window of decades around 1200 BC. Pylos, the Palace of Nestor, burned so completely that the fire baked its clay archive tablets solid, accidentally preserving in fired clay the last administrative records of a civilization that would otherwise have left almost nothing behind, because they wrote their day-to-day records on unfired clay that would normally dissolve back into the earth. Mycenae itself, the seat of Agamemnon in later legend, shows destruction and then partial reoccupation on a much smaller, much poorer scale. Tiryns, Thebes, Medea, and the pattern repeats. A great palace-based civilization with centralized bureaucracy, standardized weights and measures, long-distance trade networks, monumental architecture, all of it stops within the span of a single human lifetime. I find myself returning to that phrase, within the span of a single human lifetime, because it is the detail that makes this collapse different from an ordinary historical decline. Empires rise and fall gradually all the time. That is the ordinary rhythm of history, the slow fading most civilizations experience. A weaker harvest here, a lost border province there, a rival power slowly eclipsing you over a century or two. What happened around 1177 BC does not read like gradual decline. It reads like something closer to a system's failure, everything connected collapsing together, almost as if pulling one thread unravelled the entire garment. Let's talk numbers, because numbers make the shape of this clearer than adjectives can. Historians estimate that in this period, something like 90% of major settlement sites across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed or abandoned. 90%. Not 90% of a small region. 90% across an area stretching from Greece to the borders of Egypt, from Anatolia down through the Levant. Population estimates for some regions of Greece suggest a decline of as much as 75% within a few generations. Writing itself, the Linear B script used by Mycenaean scribes to track their palace economies, disappears entirely from Greece for roughly 400 years. 400 years without writing. When Greek writing reappears, it is a different script altogether, borrowed from Phoenician traders, and it records a different, poorer, much smaller scale world, one that later Greeks themselves would look back on as a kind of dark age, a time so dim and so disconnected from their own era that they filled the gap with myths, with heroes and monsters and the wrath of gods, because the actual memory of what happened had simply been lost. Think about that for a moment before we move on, because I think it's worth sitting inside rather than rushing past. An entire civilization forgot how to write, not because writing became difficult, because the entire social structure that required writing, the palace bureaucracies, the long-distance trade that needed contracts and inventories, the scribal schools that trained new generations of clerks, all of it disappeared at once, and there was no longer any reason for a farmer scratching out a living in the ruins of a burned palace town to learn a skill that no institution around him needed anymore. Egypt survived, technically. The 20th dynasty pharaoh Ramesses III recorded, in inscriptions on the walls of his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, a massive invasion by what he called the Sea Peoples, a loose coalition of seaborne raiders and migrants whose origins remain disputed to this day. Ramesses claims he defeated them in a great land and sea battle around 1175 BC, just a few years after our central date. The inscriptions show captured enemies with distinctive feathered headdresses and list names: the Peliset, the Cheka, the Shekelesh, the Denyen, the Eshesh. Names that scholars still argue over, names that may connect to the later Philistines, to Sicily, to Sardinia, to places we genuinely are not certain of even now. But here is the detail that always catches me. Even Egypt's own victory, as Ramesses described it, carved in stone to be triumphant and permanent, marks the last time Egypt would ever again be a first-rank imperial superpower. The victory was real, perhaps. The empire never fully recovered anyway. Within a few decades, Egypt's own economy was in visible strain. There are surviving records of the world's first documented labour strike, tomb workers at Deir el-Medina walking off the job because the grain rations that were supposed to feed their families simply hadn't arrived. The state that had built the pyramids, that had stood essentially unchallenged for 2,000 years, was quietly, unmistakably running out of the ability to feed its own most essential workers. So when I say 90%, when I say 90% of major sites destroyed or abandoned, I want you to understand what that 90% actually contained. It contained the largest, wealthiest, most sophisticated cities of their age. It contained the archives, the palaces, the harbours, the workshops of bronze smiths who supplied weapons and tools to armies and farmers alike. It contained the diplomatic correspondence networks that connected kings across 1,000 miles. Kings who called each other brother in their letters, who exchanged gifts of gold and lapis lazuli and horses, who negotiated marriages between royal houses to cement alliances that had, until this point, kept a fragile balance of power intact for generations. And then, in the span of perhaps 40 to 60 years, a blink, historically speaking, shorter than the distance between us, and events some of you may remember from childhood, nearly all of it stopped. I keep circling back to that image of the letter in the kiln at Ugarit, the one that never got sent, the clay still soft with intention when the fire came. I think about it because it is such a small, human, almost mundane detail sitting at the centre of something so enormous. Someone sat down that day to write a request for help. Someone believed, when they picked up the stylus, that there would be a tomorrow in which the message mattered, in which ships might still arrive, in which the disaster unfolding around them was a crisis to be managed rather than an ending to be endured. That belief, ordinary and human and utterly reasonable given everything that civilization had achieved up to that point, turned out to be wrong. And it turned out to be wrong not just in Ugarit, it turned out to be wrong almost everywhere at once. What could possibly cause that? What kind of event or events or slow accumulation of events brings down an interconnected network of empires that had weathered wars and famines and plagues before and always eventually rebuilt? That is the question this whole story circles, not who won a particular battle, not which king failed to defend which city. The real question is bigger and stranger than that. It is a question about how fragile even the grandest, most confident civilizations secretly are, and about what happens when several kinds of fragility, economic, environmental, military, political, all come due for payment in the very same generation. We will look at each piece slowly, the way archaeologists themselves had to, one excavation at a time, one clay tablet at a time, over the better part of a century of patient, careful digging. We'll look at how impossibly interconnected this ancient world actually was, more connected in some ways than people assume the Bronze Age could have been. We'll look at the systems that held it together and the systems that may have pulled it apart. We'll look at the ordinary people who lived through it, the ones who left no royal inscriptions, only broken pottery and abandoned hearths, and we'll sit for a while with the theories, because there are several, each with real evidence behind it, and none of them, even now, fully closes the case. But for now, just hold the scale of it in your mind. A ring of civilizations around a warm, glittering sea, trading, marrying, warring, writing letters that began with elaborate greetings to distant brother kings, and then, within one long human lifetime, spread across perhaps 2 or 3 generations, nearly all of it going dark, all at once, in a way that still, 3,000 years later, keeps historians awake at their desks long after they meant to close the books and go home. Somewhere in that darkness is an answer. We just haven't found all of it yet. Chapter 2, A World Too Connected to Fall. Before we can understand how this world fell apart, I think we need to slow down and understand something that surprises most people the first time they learn it. The Late Bronze Age was not a scattering of isolated kingdoms occasionally bumping into one another. It was, in its own way, an early version of a globalized economy, fragile in ways we'll get to, but astonishingly, almost implausibly connected for a period so far back in the past that we tend to imagine it as simple. Consider a single object, a bronze sword found in a grave in Greece. To make that sword, someone needed copper. The copper likely came from Cyprus, an island that at its peak may have supplied the majority of copper circulating anywhere in the Mediterranean world. But copper alone does not make bronze. Bronze requires tin, and tin is rare, genuinely, geologically rare in this part of the world. The nearest significant tin sources lay far to the east, in what is now Afghanistan, or possibly in scattered deposits across parts of Europe, whose exact trade routes we still don't fully understand. Which means that sword in that Greek grave required a supply chain stretching potentially 3,000 miles, passing through the hands of merchants, sailors and middlemen speaking half a dozen different languages, crossing mountain ranges and open sea, before the tin and the copper ever met in the same furnace. Now multiply that single sword by every bronze tool, every bronze plough blade, every bronze arrowhead, every bronze cauldron and mirror and pin in the entire eastern Mediterranean world. The whole civilization runs on a metal that cannot be made locally almost anywhere it is used. Bronze is not like iron, which can often be smelted from ore found reasonably close to where it will be used. Bronze demands long-distance trade as a basic condition of its own existence. There is no such thing as a self-sufficient Bronze Age kingdom. Every single one of them, from Mycenae to Atusa to the smallest coastal city-state, depends on ships and caravans crossing enormous distances, again and again, year after year, without serious interruption. We know this trade was real, not theoretical, because of a shipwreck. In 1982, a Turkish sponge diver named Mehmed Çakır noticed something unusual on the seabed near a headland called Uluburun, off the southern coast of Turkey. What archaeologists eventually excavated from that site, over more than a decade of careful underwater work, was a merchant ship that had sunk around 1300 BC, a century or so before our central mystery, still loaded with its cargo. 10 tons of copper ingots, 1 ton of tin ingots, in exactly the ratio needed to make bronze, glass ingots in blue and turquoise and lavender, from a glass-making industry so specialised that only a handful of workshops in the entire ancient world knew the technique, ebony logs from Africa, ostrich eggshells, elephant and hippopotamus ivory, Cypriot pottery, Canaanite jewellery, a gold scarab bearing the name of the Egyptian queen Nefertiti, amber beads from the Baltic, thousands of miles to the north, in a completely different climate and culture, connected to this Mediterranean shipwreck through trade networks we can only partially trace, weapons from Italy and the Balkans. A folding wooden writing board with ivory hinges meant to hold wax for writing, one of the oldest examples of that kind of object ever found. 1 ship. One single merchant vessel, probably owned by a Canaanite trading house, likely sailing a circuit that touched Cyprus, the Levant, the Aegean, and possibly Egypt, carrying raw materials and finished luxury goods gathered from at least 7 distinct cultural regions spanning 3 continents. This is the world I want you to hold in your mind. Not simple, not primitive. A woven, interdependent lattice of kingdoms and city-states, each one specialized, each one dependent on the others, trading not just goods but also diplomatic language, artistic styles, religious ideas, even marriage alliances between royal families who might never meet in person, but who called each other, in their formal letters, my brother. That phrase, my brother, appears again and again in the surviving diplomatic correspondence of this period, particularly in a remarkable archive found at Amarna in Egypt, containing letters exchanged between the Egyptian pharaoh and the other great kings of the age, the rulers of Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, and the Hittites. These were not lesser powers writing up to Egypt as supplicants. These were peers, addressing one another as equals, negotiating gifts of gold in exchange for horses, discussing the marriages of daughters sent across 1,000 miles to seal alliances, occasionally complaining, in tones that feel startlingly familiar even after 3,000 years, about gifts that arrived late or seemed insufficiently generous given the friendship between their 2 houses. This was what we might call, if we borrowed a modern term and used it carefully, an early international system. A great powers club, historians sometimes call it, of perhaps 5 or 6 major states who understood themselves to be operating on the same level, who maintained something resembling formal diplomatic protocols, who exchanged not just goods but doctors, sculptors, and skilled craftsmen on loan between courts. And here is the detail I find myself returning to again and again when I think about what it means for a system like this to collapse. A network this interconnected is remarkably efficient when everything is working. Specialization lets each region focus on what it does best. Cyprus mines copper. Egypt grows grain in staggering surplus thanks to the Nile's predictable floods. The Levantine coast serves as the middleman, the harbour, the marketplace where goods change hands and change owners and change hands again. The Aegean palaces produce fine painted pottery, perfumed oils, and woven textiles that circulate as luxury goods from Egypt to Anatolia. Everyone benefits. Everyone grows wealthier than they would in isolation. But a network this interconnected is also, by its very design, fragile in a very particular way. Because if you disrupt any single major node, if you cut off the tin supply, or destroy the harbour cities that serve as the marketplace, or interrupt the grain shipments that keep populations fed in years of poor local harvest, the damage does not stay contained to that one node. It spreads, it cascades. A famine in one region becomes a trade crisis in another, which becomes a labour shortage somewhere else, which weakens a kingdom's ability to defend its borders, which invites raiding or migration from groups who are themselves displaced by problems of their own, hundreds of miles away, that you may never even hear about until their ships appear on your own horizon. This is, I think, one of the quieter and more unsettling parts of this whole mystery. We tend to imagine ancient collapses as the result of a single dramatic cause, a war, an invasion, a natural disaster arriving like a hammer blow. But the more archaeologists study the late Bronze Age collapse, the more it looks like something else entirely. Not a hammer blow, but a systems failure, in which many kingdoms that had built their prosperity on deep interdependence discovered, all at roughly the same time, just how much that interdependence had quietly become a vulnerability instead of a strength. Think about the sheer administrative sophistication this world required, just to keep functioning day to day. In the Mycenaean palace at Pylos, scribes using the Linear B script kept meticulous records, not vague estimates, but precise inventories, of olive oil production, wool allocations to specific named workers, the number of chariot wheels in storage, religious offerings owed to specific deities on specific days. This was a redistributive economy, meaning the palace collected raw goods from the surrounding countryside, processed them in centralized workshops, and redistributed finished goods and rations back out to a dependent population of specialized workers, weavers, perfume makers, bronzesmiths, scribes, priests. Thousands of people whose daily bread depended on a functioning central bureaucracy tracking, with genuine precision, who was owed what and when. Now imagine that bureaucracy interrupted. not destroyed in a single afternoon necessarily, though sometimes it was, just interrupted. A harvest disrupted by drought. A shipment of tin that never arrives because the ship carrying it was lost, or because the region it came from is itself in crisis. A labour force that can no longer be fed the rations it depends on, and so begins, quietly, to drift away from the palace's control, towards subsistence farming, towards smaller and more self-sufficient ways of living that do not require a functioning central bureaucracy at all. This is part of what makes the Late Bronze Age collapse so hard to explain with a single cause, and also, I think, part of what makes it so quietly fascinating rather than simply tragic. It is not really a story about a monster arriving at the gates. It is a story about how much of what we call civilization, the grand palaces, the far-flung trade, the elaborate bureaucracies, the letters between brother kings, depends on 1,000 small threads holding at once, and about how a world that seems, from the inside, unshakably permanent can discover, over the course of 2 or 3 difficult generations, that permanence was never actually guaranteed. The Uluburun ship never made it to its destination. We don't know why. Perhaps a storm, perhaps something else. It sank with its cargo still lashed in place, 10 tons of copper and a ton of tin and glass ingots the colour of a summer evening sky, and it lay quietly on the seabed for well over 3,000 years until a sponge diver noticed something strange glinting under the surface. I think about that ship often when I think about this collapse. Not because it caused anything, it sank a century too early to be directly connected to 1177 BC, but because it is such a perfect, physical symbol of exactly what was at stake. All that distance travelled, all that specialisation and skill and trust between strangers speaking different languages, required just to get copper and tin into the same hold of the same ship. All of it resting in the end on conditions holding steady long enough for the voyage to be completed. For a while they did hold steady, for centuries actually. That is the part worth remembering before we turn to what went wrong. This system did not fail immediately, or easily, or without a long and genuinely impressive run of success behind it. It worked, beautifully, for a very long time. And then, within the span of a few decades, it didn't. Chapter 3. The Metal That Ruled Everything. Let's slow down further and look closely at one single system, because I think the details here are where the real strangeness of this world starts to show itself. Not the whole tangled web of Bronze Age trade, just one thread of it, followed all the way from the mine to the sword in a soldier's hand. Start on Cyprus. The island's ancient name, Alashia, appears again and again in the diplomatic letters of this period, always in connection with copper. Cyprus sits almost directly in the geographic centre of the eastern Mediterranean trade routes, close enough to Anatolia, the Levant, and the Aegean that ships could reach any of the major markets within a matter of days given fair winds. And beneath its hills lay some of the richest copper deposits in the ancient world, or so abundant that the very word copper is thought by many scholars to derive, eventually through Latin, from the name of this island itself. Mining that copper was brutal, patient work. Miners followed veins of ore deep into hillsides using stone hammers and bronze picks, working by the light of small oil lamps in tunnels barely wide enough to crouch in. Once extracted, the ore had to be crushed, sorted and smelted at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, using charcoal furnaces that themselves required enormous quantities of wood. So much wood, in fact, that some archaeologists believe the copper industry on Cyprus contributed to significant deforestation of the island over the centuries, a slow ecological cost paid quietly in the background of all that gleaming metal. The smelted copper was cast into a very particular, very recognisable shape. The oxide ingot, a flat slab weighing around 30 kilograms, cast with 4 projecting corners that made it easier to carry. 2 men could lift one by the corners, or it could be slung across a mule's back, or stacked and lashed in a ship's hold, the way we found them at Uluburun, 10 tons of these ingots resting in neat rows on the seabed for over 3,000 years. Now follow the copper as it leaves Cyprus. Ships carry it to the Levantine coast, to Ugarit, to smaller ports up and down the coastline, where it changes hands among merchants who may represent trading houses with connections stretching further inland into the interior kingdoms or further out to sea toward Egypt or the Aegean. Some copper travels to Egypt, where it's combined with tin brought from the east, likely through overland caravan routes crossing Mesopotamia, tin whose ultimate source remains one of the genuine unsolved puzzles of Bronze Age archaeology, possibly from mines in what is now Afghanistan, possibly from smaller, closer deposits we haven't fully identified yet. The evidence simply isn't conclusive either way. Some copper travels north and west instead toward the Aegean, where Mycenaean bronzesmiths work it into weapons, armour and tools inside palace workshops under direct royal supervision. This detail matters more than it might seem to at first. Bronze production in the Mycenaean world was not a free market activity carried out by independent craftsmen selling to whoever could pay. It was, in most cases, a controlled palace industry. The palace acquired the raw copper and tin, the palace employed the smiths, and the palace controlled the distribution of the finished bronze weapons and tools back out into the kingdom. Which means that when we talk about a kingdom's military strength in this period, we are really talking about its palace's ability to secure a reliable, uninterrupted supply chain of two metals that, in most cases, it could not produce within its own borders at all. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because it reframes something we might otherwise take for granted. The Mycenaean king soldiers carried bronze swords not because bronze was simply available, the way we might assume steel is simply available to a modern army. Those swords existed at the end of an enormously long, enormously fragile supply chain that had to function correctly, without serious interruption, for years at a stretch, crossing multiple kingdoms, multiple languages, multiple sets of political relationships that all had to remain stable enough for ships to keep sailing and caravans to keep moving. Now here is where the story gets genuinely unsettling, because we can actually trace, in the archaeological and textual record, moments where this system began to strain. There is a document known as the Amarna Letter E, A35, sent from the king of Alashia, Cyprus, to the pharaoh of Egypt, apologizing for a shortfall in the expected shipment of copper. The Cypriot king explains that a plague has struck his island, killing many of his people, including skilled workers, and that his own copper-producing regions have been affected by what he describes, somewhat cryptically, as the hand of a god having struck all the men of his country. He promises to send what copper he can and asks for patience. I want you to notice what this letter represents. It is a formal, apologetic explanation for a supply chain disruption, written by one king to another, in language remarkably close to what a modern business might write when explaining a shipping delay to a major client. It shows us that these interruptions were not unprecedented. Kingdoms had weathered them before, apologized for them before, and generally, presumably, recovered from them before. The system had resilience. It had absorbed shocks in the past. But resilience is not the same as invulnerability, and there is a difference, a crucial, easily overlooked difference, between a system that can absorb one shock at a time and a system that can absorb several shocks arriving together, compounding each other, arriving faster than the recovery time each individual shock would normally require. This is, increasingly, how historians who study the late Bronze Age collapse have come to think about what happened. Not one single cause knocking down one particular pillar, a series of overlapping pressures, climate stress affecting harvests across multiple regions simultaneously, disruptions to trade routes, possible plague, possible earthquake damage to key harbour infrastructure, political instability within some of the major kingdoms, arriving close enough together in time that the normal recovery mechanisms simply couldn't keep pace. Each disruption made the kingdoms more vulnerable to the next one. Each interruption in the tin and copper trade weakened a kingdom's ability to arm and maintain the soldiers who might otherwise have defended against raiders exploiting the general instability. Each raid or migration displaced populations who then, in turn, put pressure on neighbouring regions already struggling with their own version of the same underlying stress. There is a term some archaeologists use for this kind of failure, borrowed from systems theory rather than traditional history, a multiplier effect, or sometimes more dramatically, a domino collapse. The idea is that in a tightly interconnected system, and we've now spent 2 chapters establishing just how tightly interconnected the late Bronze Age world actually was, a disruption in one node does not stay contained. It ripples outward, weakening connected nodes, which then weaken the nodes connected to them, in a cascade that can eventually bring down parts of the system that were never directly touched by the original disruption at all. Consider this scenario, which many historians now believe captures something close to what actually happened, even if the precise sequence of events remains genuinely uncertain. A period of prolonged drought strikes the eastern Mediterranean. We'll look at the actual climate evidence for this in more depth later, because it is substantial and it is unsettling. Harvests fail, not catastrophically in a single year, but persistently, across several consecutive growing seasons, in a region whose agriculture had never been designed with much slack built in for a run of consistently bad years. Populations in the affected areas, possibly parts of Anatolia, possibly regions further east, begin to move, seeking food and stability elsewhere, the way displaced populations always have, throughout all of human history. Some of these displaced groups move by land. Some, particularly given how central seafaring already was to this entire interconnected world, move by sea, and some of those seaborne groups, desperate and increasingly organised out of necessity, begin raiding coastal settlements for the food and resources they can no longer secure any other way. These raids disrupt trade. Harbour cities that had functioned as safe, stable marketplaces for centuries suddenly become dangerous, unpredictable places to send a ship loaded with a season's worth of tin and copper. Merchants grow cautious. Trade volume drops. Kingdoms that depended on that trade to arm their soldiers and feed their bureaucracies begin to feel the strain in ways that compound the original agricultural crisis rather than helping to solve it. Weakened kingdoms become more vulnerable to further raiding or to internal unrest from populations who are themselves hungry and afraid and increasingly unconvinced that their king's palace, with its careful records of olive oil rations and bronze inventories, actually has the power to protect them from what is coming. It's not a single villain. It's not a single mistake. It's a chain reaction, each link making the next link weaker, spreading across an interconnected world that had built its extraordinary prosperity on exactly the kind of deep interdependence that made this kind of cascading failure possible in the first place. I keep thinking about the copper ingots on the Uluburun ship, 10 tons of them, cast into that distinctive oxhide shape, resting patiently in their neat rows on the seabed. They represent a system working exactly as intended. Copper mined on Cyprus, loaded aboard a merchant ship bound for a market somewhere across the sea, part of a supply chain that had probably functioned, more or less reliably, for longer than any single person alive in 1200 BC could personally remember. It's easy, looking at those ingots now, sitting quietly in a museum case in Turkey, to forget how much had to go right, year after year, generation after generation, just for that ordinary, unremarkable shipment to happen at all. And it is even easier to forget that somewhere, not so many decades later, ships like that one simply stopped arriving. Not because anyone decided the trade should end, because the whole fragile lattice holding it together had, link by link, come apart. Chapter 4. The Letters That Went Unanswered. There is a particular kind of dread that only shows up in bureaucratic records. Not the dramatic kind, not the kind with monsters or battles, a quieter kind. The dread of a system that is still, technically, functioning, still writing letters, still keeping records, still following procedure, while the world around it is visibly, unmistakably falling apart. This is the dread I want to walk through with you now, because it lives inside a set of documents that I think are the single most haunting pieces of evidence from this entire period. The diplomatic and administrative letters written in the final years before the collapse, many of them found still sitting in the ruins of the buildings where they were received, some never even opened, others clearly read and set aside, waiting for a response that never came. We've already met one of these letters, the message from the king of Ugarit to the ruler of Cyprus, describing enemy ships burning his towns, ending with that quiet, devastating line, "My country is abandoned, may you know it." But that letter is not alone. It belongs to a whole cluster of correspondence found across multiple sites that together form something like a chorus of increasingly desperate voices, all writing to each other, all asking for help in the years just before everything stopped. From Ugarit's royal archive there is a letter from the king to the king of Alashia, Cyprus, requesting urgent military assistance, describing the situation in stark terms. 7 enemy ships have arrived and done harm. If there are more ships, please inform me so I may know. In the same archive, another letter, This one, apparently a draft or a copy of an outgoing message, records a response from a Hittite official. Ugarit was, by this point, a vassal state under Hittite protection, instructing the king of Ugarit to send his own ships and troops to help defend the Hittite coastline, because the Hittites themselves were facing threats they could not fully repel alone. Read that again, slowly, because I think it's easy to skim past how significant it is. Ugarit is asking for help. The Hittite Empire, Ugarit's protector, the superpower whose armies had once fought Egypt to a draw, is asking Ugarit to send help the other direction, because the Empire's own resources are stretched too thin to cover every threatened coastline at once. This is not the correspondence of a confident, stable imperial system managing a routine border skirmish. This is the correspondence of an interconnected network of kingdoms, each one increasingly unable to spare resources for anyone else, because each one is fighting its own version of the same crisis, at the same time, with less and less left over to share. There's another letter, sometimes called the Amurapi letter after the king of Ugarit who apparently wrote it, that describes the kingdom's military situation with a bluntness that feels startlingly modern. My infantry and my chariots, the king writes, are stationed in the land of Hatti, and my ships are in the land of Lucca. The country is thus abandoned to itself. May the king know it. This letter is often read as explaining exactly why Ugarit fell so completely and so suddenly. Its own defensive forces were away, deployed elsewhere to help defend its Hittite overlord, leaving the home city almost entirely undefended at the exact moment enemy ships arrived on its own coastline. I find this detail almost unbearably sad, in a quiet way, the way certain small facts about vast historical tragedies can be sadder than the scale of the tragedy itself. Ugarit did not fall because its people were unprepared, or careless, or failed to see the danger coming. Ugarit fell, at least in significant part, because it did exactly what a loyal vassal state was supposed to do. It sent its soldiers and its ships to help defend its allies' threatened territory, and in doing so, left its own home undefended at precisely the moment that defence was needed most. It was a reasonable decision, made with the information available at the time, that turned out, in hindsight, across a story stretching over 3,000 years to be catastrophic. This is, I think, one of the quiet truths hiding inside the larger mystery of the Bronze Age collapse. Almost nobody involved seems to have been acting foolishly. Kings were sending their armies where the threat seemed most urgent. Cities were requesting aid through established diplomatic channels that had worked more or less reliably for generations. Scribes were still carefully filing correspondence, still following the formal courtesies of addressing a fellow king as brother, still expecting, on some level, that the system of alliances and obligations that had structured their entire world would continue to hold. And then, city by city, region by region, it simply didn't hold anymore. Not because any single decision was catastrophically wrong, but because the entire network of mutual obligation had become stretched so thin across so many simultaneous crises that there was no longer enough slack left anywhere in the system to absorb a genuine emergency. Let's look at one more document, because I think it captures the strangeness of this moment better than almost anything else that survives. It's a letter found among the ruins of Ugarit, from a queen, possibly the Queen Mother, the details are debated, writing to the King of Al-Ashiyah. In it, she describes the situation with an almost bureaucratic calm that somehow makes the underlying panic more visible, not less. She reports that the enemy has been sighted at sea. She asks for information. She asks, essentially, for someone, anyone, in the wider diplomatic network she has spent her whole life trusting, to tell her what is actually happening. Because from where she is standing, inside a palace that will not exist in its current form much longer, she genuinely does not know. There is something about that not knowing that I think deserves real attention, because it's easy, looking back with 3,000 years of hindsight and the benefit of satellite maps and academic papers synthesizing evidence from a dozen different sites, to imagine that the people living through this collapse understood, even dimly, the scale of what was happening to them. They almost certainly did not. A king in Ugarit writing his desperate letters had no way of knowing that at that very moment, the Hittite capital, hundreds of miles away, was being quietly abandoned by its own royal family. He had no way of knowing that Mycenaean palaces across the sea were burning in their own separate destructions, driven by causes that may have been partly similar and partly entirely different from whatever was threatening his own coastline. He knew only his own crisis, unfolding in real time with incomplete information, using diplomatic tools and alliance networks that had served his ancestors well for centuries, and that he had every reasonable expectation would continue to serve him too. This, I think, is part of what makes this particular historical mystery feel different from other ancient disasters we might be more familiar with. The fall of Rome, say, which took centuries and left behind extensive contemporary historical writing explaining, or at least attempting to explain, what observers believed was happening as it happened. The Late Bronze Age collapse left behind almost none of that kind of reflective big-picture writing, because the very societies capable of producing that kind of writing were themselves the ones disappearing. The scribes who might have written a grand historical account of the collapse were the same scribes whose palace employers were burning around them. There was no outside observer with the leisure and the perspective to write the definitive contemporary account, because there was no longer any stable, prosperous society left standing nearby with the resources to support that kind of intellectual work. What we're left with instead are these fragments. A letter never sent, still in the kiln at Ugarit. A queen's anxious request for information that apparently went unanswered, or at least unanswered in any form that survived to reach us. A vassal king explaining, almost apologetically, that his forces are elsewhere and his country stands undefended. Small, human, bureaucratic documents that were never intended to be dramatic, never intended to be read 3,000 years later as the last surviving voices of a vanishing world, and that is somehow more moving for exactly that reason. I want to sit with one more piece of this correspondence before we move forward, because it involves Egypt, and it offers a slightly different angle on the same underlying dread. Egyptian records from this period, including inscriptions from the reign of Ramesses III, describe a coalition of enemies, the sea peoples we mentioned earlier, arriving not as a single organised army with a clear military objective, but as something closer to a migration. The Egyptian inscriptions specifically describe entire families travelling together, with ox carts loaded with household goods, women and children among the raiders and warriors, suggesting these were not simply armies seeking conquest, but displaced populations seeking somewhere new to live, driven from their original homes by pressures we still do not fully understand. If that reading is correct, and many historians now believe some version of it is, then the picture that emerges is even stranger, and, in its own way, even sadder than a simple story of invasion and conquest. These were not necessarily people setting out to destroy a thriving civilization out of ambition or greed. Some of them, at least, appear to have been people whose own homes had already become unlivable, moving in desperate, disorganized waves toward whatever coastline still seemed to offer food and safety, arriving at exactly the moment when the kingdoms they encountered were themselves already weakened by drought, by trade disruption, by internal strain, and therefore far less able to absorb a sudden new population pressure than they might have been a generation or two earlier. Two crises meeting each other, a world already buckling under its own accumulated stresses, meeting waves of displaced people who were themselves fleeing some version of the same underlying pressure, arriving on coastlines that could no longer offer the resilience that had defined this civilization for centuries. Here is where I want to pause, because if you're using this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these videos. Maybe subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I always read the comments, and it's fascinating to see people from all over the world, some of you listening in the middle of an afternoon, some of you deep in your own night, on the opposite side of this same ancient sea I've been describing. Anyway, back to the mystery, because there's still so much more to uncover about what these people were actually facing, and what it might have felt like to live through it. The letters we have are only fragments, a handful of surviving voices out of what must have been thousands of desperate messages sent in those final years, most of them lost forever, dissolved back into the earth, or burned along with everything else. But the fragments that do survive share a common tone, a common register, that I think tells us something true about this moment, even without giving us a full explanation of its causes. It is the tone of people who still believe, right up until the very end, that the system will hold, that the alliance will be honoured, that the ships will arrive, that the king's brother across the sea will send the help he has always sent before. And then quietly the letters simply stop. Chapter 5. The Ordinary People Inside the Ending. Kings write letters, Palaces keep archives. But kings and palaces are not where most people actually lived their lives in the Late Bronze Age, and I think it's worth turning away from the royal correspondence for a while and asking a quieter, smaller question. What was it actually like to be an ordinary person living an ordinary life in one of these cities in the years just before everything came apart? We know more about this than you might expect, not from grand inscriptions, but from the accidental evidence of daily life. The kind of evidence that survives precisely because nobody intended it to be a historical record at all. Cooking pots, loom weights, children's toys, the layout of houses, the bones of animals eaten at family meals, left in household trash pits that archaeologists sift through, centuries later, one careful layer at a time. Consider a household in a city like Ugarit, in a modest neighbourhood a short walk from the harbour. The house would likely be built of mud brick on stone foundations, 2 stories in many cases, with the ground floor used for storage, workshops or animal pens, and the family living quarters above, reached by a simple staircase. Floors were often just packed earth, sometimes covered with woven reed mats. Cooking happened over an open hearth, in the courtyard where possible, both to manage smoke and to reduce the fire risk of an open flame inside a house built largely of dried mud and timber. A family in this kind of household would have eaten a diet built around barley and wheat, ground into flour and baked into flatbread, supplemented with olives and olive oil, legumes like lentils and chickpeas, and, depending on proximity to the coast, a substantial amount of fish. Meat was more occasional, reserved for festivals or better-off households, though goat and sheep were common enough in the archaeological record that we know they weren't entirely rare either. Wine was widespread, even among people of modest means, often mixed with water and occasionally with herbs or spices, and beer, brewed from barley, was common as well, particularly further south in Egypt. Clothing was largely wool or linen, spun and woven at home by women using drop spindles and simple looms, a labour-intensive process that consumed an enormous amount of daily time in nearly every household across this world. Archaeologists can actually estimate how much time based on surviving loom weights, and comparative studies of traditional hand-weaving techniques still practiced in some parts of the world today, and the numbers are sobering. Producing enough cloth for a single family's basic clothing needs for a year could require hundreds of hours of spinning and weaving, work that fell overwhelmingly on women and girls, folded into the margins of every other task required to keep a household functioning. Children in these households would have grown up surrounded by the ordinary textures of Bronze Age urban life. The sound of donkeys and carts on narrow streets, the smell of the harbour if the family lived near one, the constant low hum of a dense city built without the kind of sanitation infrastructure we take for granted now, meaning smells we would find genuinely unpleasant were simply the unremarkable background of daily existence. Toys have survived in the archaeological record, small clay animals, spinning tops, simple dolls, reminding us that even amid all this grand geopolitical drama of kings and copper shipments and diplomatic letters, there were also, in every single one of these cities, children playing in courtyards, entirely unaware of the letters being drafted in the palace a few streets away. Religion touched nearly every part of daily life. Household shrines, often just a small niche in a wall holding a modest clay figurine of a protective deity, were common even in humble homes. Larger temples served the whole community, and religious festivals structured the calendar in ways that blended seamlessly with agricultural cycles. Planting, harvest, the pressing of olives, the making of wine, all of it woven together with prayers and offerings meant to secure divine favour for the practical work of staying fed for another year. Now here is where I want to slow down even further, because this is the part of the story that I think gets lost most easily in discussions focused on kings and armies, and grand historical causation. These ordinary households, the ones spinning wool, baking bread, keeping small household shrines, raising children who played with clay animal toys in courtyards near the harbour, these are the households that experienced the collapse most directly, and about whom we know, in some ways, the least. We don't have letters from them. Ordinary farmers and weavers and fishermen in this period did not typically write, and even where basic literacy might have existed in a port city with extensive commercial activity, they certainly weren't producing the kind of formal diplomatic correspondence that survives from royal archives. What we have instead are the material traces of their sudden, involuntary departure, houses abandoned mid-use, with pottery still in place, tools left where they were last set down, the ordinary clutter of daily life frozen in position by a disaster nobody had time to properly pack for. At several sites across this collapsing world, archaeologists have found exactly this kind of frozen-in-place evidence. Storage jars still full of grain that was never eaten, presumably because the household that owned it fled or was killed before they had the chance to use it. Loom weights found still hanging in rows on a collapsed loom frame, as though the weaver simply stood up mid-task and never returned. In some cases, skeletal remains found in doorways or collapsed rooms, suggesting people who did not make it out in time, caught by fire or falling debris during whatever violent event brought that particular building down. I want to be careful here, because I don't want to overstate the drama of every single site. Many settlements show gradual abandonment rather than sudden violent destruction. Populations that simply drifted away over a period of years as conditions worsened, rather than fleeing in a single catastrophic night. But at enough sites, the evidence really does point to sudden, violent, unplanned endings, and it's worth sitting with what that actually would have meant for the people living through it. Imagine being a weaver in a household near Ugarit's harbour, on whatever ordinary morning eventually turned into the last ordinary morning that household would ever have. You wake in a 2-story mud brick house you've lived in your whole life, the same house your mother lived in before you. You spin wool in the courtyard while your children play nearby with small clay animals. Your husband, or your father, or your brother, is away, perhaps with the chariots and infantry that the king's own letters tell us had been sent to help defend Hittite territory further north, leaving the home city thinner on defenders than it had ever been in living memory. The harbour, visible from certain streets in the upper part of the city, is unusually busy that week, though you can't say exactly why, only that ships keep arriving and departing at a pace that feels different from the normal seasonal rhythm you've known your whole life. And then, on some particular day that the surviving letters suggest, arrived with real suddenness, ships appear on the horizon that do not belong to any trading partner you recognise. Word spreads through the streets faster than any formal announcement. There isn't time to properly gather belongings, to make careful decisions about what matters most among a lifetime's accumulation of household objects. There is only time to run, or to hide, or, for those close enough to the water, perhaps to reach a boat and try to get away by sea, joining a chaotic, half-organised evacuation of a city that had never, in living memory, actually needed one. This is speculation. I want to be honest about that. We don't have a first-person account from inside Ugarit describing exactly this sequence of events, but it is speculation grounded directly in the physical evidence, the burned layer sealing an entire city at a single moment in time, the loom weights left hanging mid-task, the letter still sitting unfired in the scribe's kiln, the Queen's anxious request for information that, as far as we can tell, went unanswered. What strikes me most, thinking about this ordinary household and the thousands of others like it scattered across dozens of collapsing cities, is how little any of them would have understood about the scale of what was happening to them. From inside a burning harbour city, you don't know that the same thing is happening at roughly the same time to palace cities across the Aegean, or that an empire's capital hundreds of miles inland is being quietly abandoned by its own royal family, or that similar crises are unfolding along coastlines you've never even visited. You know only your own city, your own family, your own sudden, terrifying, incomprehensible loss of the only kind of life you've ever known. There is something both devastating and, in a strange way, quietly universal about that. Every large historical collapse, when you get close enough to it, resolves into thousands of small, individual, deeply personal endings. A weaver who never finished her last piece of cloth, a family whose grain was never eaten, a child's clay toy left in a courtyard that would, within hours, be nothing but ash and collapsed mud brick. The grand historical narrative, the one about trade networks and diplomatic correspondence and climate patterns, is the story historians can actually reconstruct with evidence. But underneath that story, in every single one of these cities, there was also this other story, the one made of individual households and individual mornings that turned out, without any warning at all, to be the last ordinary morning anyone in that family would ever have. We will return to the larger causes soon, the theories, the climate evidence, the invaders, the questions that still divide historians today. But I wanted to pause here first, in the courtyards and kitchens and workshops of the people who actually lived this collapse, rather than simply narrating it from the distant, comfortable altitude of kings and empires. Because in the end, that is who this happened to, not an abstraction called Late Bronze Age civilization. Real households, real weavers, real children with real clay toys playing in courtyards that would not survive the year. Chapter 6. What they were actually facing. We've looked at the scale of this collapse, and we've looked at the intricate, fragile web of trade and diplomacy that held this world together. We've sat for a while in the quiet dread of the surviving letters, and we've spent time in the ordinary courtyards of people who left behind no letters at all. Now I want to turn to the central question, the one that has occupied archaeologists for the better part of a century. What exactly were these people facing? Not in the abstract systemic sense we've already discussed, but in the immediate physical day-to-day sense. What actually happened, city by city, in the specific moments of destruction that left these burn layers sealed into the earth for us to find 3,000 years later? Let's start with what the destruction itself actually looks like to an excavator, because this is a detail that rarely gets described carefully enough, and it matters more than it might seem to at first. When archaeologists dig down through a site like Ugarit or Hazor, or one of the Mycenaean palace centres, they're reading the ground the way you might read the rings of a tree, except instead of rings marking years, they're reading layers marking distinct periods of human occupation, each one separated from the next by whatever event ended it. A normal gradual transition between periods usually shows up as a fairly gentle blending, slightly different pottery styles mixing together at the boundary, gradual changes in building techniques, evidence of a slow evolution rather than a sudden break. The Late Bronze Age collapse does not look like that. At site after site, excavators instead find what's called a destruction horizon, a distinct, often dramatic layer marking a single catastrophic event. Ash, sometimes many centimetres thick, collapsed mud brick walls fallen inward or outward depending on how the structure failed. Charred wooden beams, still recognisable as beams despite having been reduced to carbon, preserved in position exactly where they fell when the roof they supported gave way. In several cases that heat was intense enough to actually vitrify sections of mud brick wall, to melt the clay's mineral content just enough that it partially fused into a glass-like substance, a transformation that requires temperatures far beyond what an ordinary household fire, even an out-of-control one, would typically produce. Getting mud brick to vitrify generally requires a sustained, intensely hot fire, the kind produced by a structure with substantial fuel load burning for an extended period, consistent with deliberate, thorough destruction rather than an accidental household fire that simply got out of hand. This detail matters because it helps rule out at least one simpler explanation some early archaeologists considered, the idea that many of these fires might have been accidental, the kind of thing that could happen in any densely built mud brick city with open hearths and oil lamps. The vitrification evidence, along with other signs we'll get to, suggests something more deliberate at many of these sites. Fires set and maintained with the specific, singular purpose of levelling the structure completely. At Hazor, one of the largest and most politically significant Canaanite cities, excavators found something even more specific and, honestly, more unsettling than the burn layer alone. Statues of deities and rulers found within the destroyed palace complex show deliberate mutilation, faces chiselled away, hands broken off, in ways that appear intentional rather than accidental damage from a collapsing building. This kind of targeted destruction of religious and royal imagery suggests something beyond simple looting or opportunistic raiding. It suggests an act with symbolic intent, a deliberate erasure of a city's religious and political authority, carried out by attackers who understood exactly what those statues represented and wanted to make absolutely certain that authority could never be quietly reasserted. And yet, and this is where the mystery genuinely deepens rather than resolves, not every site shows this same pattern. Some Mycenaean palace centres, like Pylos, burn dramatically and are never meaningfully reoccupied. Others, like Mycenae itself, show destruction followed by partial, diminished reoccupation, as though some fraction of the population survived and attempted, with far fewer resources than before, to continue some version of life on the same site. Some sites in Cyprus, like Enkomi, appear to have been destroyed, partially rebuilt and then destroyed again, sometimes years or even decades apart, suggesting a threat that returned rather than a single conclusive event. This variation is, I think, one of the most important and most underappreciated aspects of the entire mystery. If there were a single cause, one invading force, one climate event, one specific catastrophe, we might expect a more uniform pattern of destruction across the affected region. Similar timing, similar methods, similar aftermath. Instead, what we actually find is a patchwork. Some cities burn violently and are abandoned forever. Others are destroyed and partially rebuilt. Some show gradual decline with no dramatic destruction event at all, simply a slow tapering off of population and activity over a generation or two. Some regions, like large parts of Egypt and Assyria, experience serious disruption and weakening but never actually collapse in the way the Hittite Empire or the Mycenaean palace system did. Let's look more specifically at who or what the surviving evidence actually blames, because different sources point in genuinely different directions, and reconciling them is a large part of why this mystery has resisted a single clean answer for so long. Egyptian inscriptions, as we've discussed, blame the Sea Peoples, a coalition, according to Ramesses III's own account at Medinet Habu, of foreign lands united together. No land could stand before their arms, from Hatti, Kode, Karkemish, Arzawa, and Al-Ashir, cut off in a single time. Read that phrase again. No land could stand before their arms. This is an extraordinary claim coming from the Egyptian state, which had, up to this point, generally described itself as invincible, the chosen kingdom of the gods, standing at the permanent centre of an orderly cosmos. For Egyptian scribes to write, even in the context of describing their own eventual victory, that an enemy coalition had already overwhelmed the Hittites, the Levantine coast, and Cyprus, is a striking admission of just how serious this threat actually appeared to be, even from the perspective of the one major power that ultimately survived it, at least in name. But here is the puzzle embedded right inside that Egyptian record. The Sea Peoples, as described, are clearly presented as attackers, invaders, a hostile coalition arriving with intent to conquer or plunder. And yet, as we discussed earlier, some of the same inscriptions describe entire families travelling with the raiding groups, women, children, ox carts loaded with household possessions, details that don't fit comfortably with a straightforward picture of professional soldiers on a military campaign. Armies conquering new territory generally don't bring their households along for the invasion. Displaced populations fleeing their own homeland in search of somewhere new to live absolutely do. So which is it? Were the Sea Peoples primarily an invading military force, exploiting a moment of general regional weakness to seize territory and plunder wealthy cities? Or were they primarily a displaced, desperate population, themselves fleeing some other crisis? Famine, drought, conflict, or collapse in their own original homeland, wherever that was, arriving on these coastlines not chiefly to conquer, but simply to survive, and becoming violent in some cases, only because survival itself increasingly demanded it. The honest answer, based on the current state of the evidence, is probably some of both, in different places, at different times, for different specific groups who get lumped together under this single umbrella term. The Sea Peoples were very likely not one unified nation with a single leadership and a single coordinated strategy. The name itself, Sea Peoples, is actually a modern scholarly convenience, coined in the 19th century, not a term any of these groups would have used for themselves. The Egyptian inscriptions list several distinct name groups. The Peliset, later possibly connected to the Philistines who settled the southern Levantine coast. The Cheka, the Shekelesh, whose name has been tentatively connected to Sicily. The Sherden, possibly connected to Sardinia. The Denian and the Washesh, whose origins remain more uncertain still. These were likely separate, only loosely coordinated groups, potentially from different original homelands scattered across the Aegean, Anatolia, and the central Mediterranean, who found themselves converging on the eastern Mediterranean coastline during this same general period of crisis, for reasons that may have been broadly similar than stability and hardship in their own regions, without necessarily constituting anything like a single, organised invasion force with unified goals. This is, I think, part of why the central question of this mystery resists a clean answer. We are not looking at a single villain who can be identified, blamed, and understood in isolation. we are looking at a convergence. Multiple groups, multiple pressures, multiple regions all destabilizing at close to the same time, arriving at a set of coastlines that were themselves already weakened by drought and trade disruption and internal political strain, creating a compounding crisis in which it becomes genuinely difficult, even with all the archaeological and textual evidence we've since gathered, to separate cause from effect, victim from opportunist. The people who were pushed into desperate movement from the people who exploited that same general chaos for their own gain. What we can say with reasonable confidence is this. In city after city, across a span of roughly 40 to 60 years surrounding 1177 BC, established Bronze Age kingdoms with centuries of continuous political tradition experienced destruction events severe enough to end that continuity permanently. Some of these destructions were clearly violent, involving deliberate fire and, in some cases, deliberate symbolic mutilation of religious and royal imagery. Others show more gradual decline, populations drifting away rather than being violently displaced in a single dramatic event. The pattern is not uniform, which tells us the underlying causes were probably not uniform either, that different regions face different combinations of the same broad category of overlapping pressures, with different specific outcomes depending on local circumstances, local resilience, and, quite possibly, simple chance. This is, in its own way, a less satisfying answer than a single dramatic explanation would be. It would be simpler, and in a strange sense more comforting, to be able to say, this was caused by invaders, full stop, or this was caused by a single natural disaster, full stop. The actual evidence resists that kind of simplicity, and I think that resistance is worth sitting with rather than rushing past, because it tells us something true and something important about how large historical collapses actually tend to work, in this period and honestly, in every period since. They are rarely the result of one single cause arriving cleanly out of a clear sky. They are, much more often, the result of multiple existing vulnerabilities meeting each other at exactly the wrong moment, each one making the others more dangerous than any single one would have been alone. So let's look now at each of the major theories in turn, one at a time, slowly, the way the evidence itself has had to be assembled over the better part of a century of patient work. We'll start with the theory that has, in recent years, gathered perhaps the strongest scientific support of all, the theory that the ultimate root cause of this entire cascading collapse was not a sword, or a ship, or an invading army at all, but something far larger and far quieter, written not into clay tablets but into the growth rings of ancient trees and the chemical signatures of pollen buried deep in lakebed sediment. The climate itself, turning slowly and mercilessly against an entire civilization that had never had to face anything quite like it before. Chapter 7. The Sky and the Soil. Of the three major theories historians use to explain the Late Bronze Age collapse, the climate theory is, in some ways, the newest to gather serious scientific traction. And yet in another sense it is also the oldest, because ancient peoples themselves, as we'll see in the next chapter, had their own stories about a world that had somehow turned against them. But let's start with the modern scientific evidence first, because it is genuinely substantial, drawn from sources that have nothing to do with archaeology in the traditional sense at all: tree rings, pollen grains, cave formations, and the chemistry of ancient seabeds. Trees, as many people know, grow a new ring each year, and the width of that ring reflects the growing conditions of that particular year. Wide rings in good years with ample rainfall, narrow rings in years of drought or stress. By studying long-lived trees and, more importantly, by cross-referencing overlapping samples from trees that lived at different, overlapping periods, scientists can build what's called a dendrochronological record, a continuous year-by-year climate record stretching back thousands of years in some regions. In parts of Anatolia and the eastern Mediterranean, these tree ring records show something striking around the period we're discussing. A sequence of unusually narrow rings, indicating a stretch of significantly reduced rainfall, beginning in the decades before 1200 BC and, in some records, persisting for well over a century. Pollen records tell a similar complementary story. When researchers extract long cores of sediment from the bottom of lakes, the Sea of Galilee in Israel has been an especially important site for this kind of research. They're essentially pulling up a layered time capsule of everything that settled to the bottom of that lake, year after year, for thousands of years. Pollen grains preserved in these layers reveal what kinds of plants were growing in the surrounding region at any given time, and changes in the pollen record can reveal shifts in climate with remarkable precision. Studies of sediment cores from the Sea of Galilee, published by researchers, including Israel Finkelstein and Daphne Langut, found a marked decline in the pollen of Mediterranean trees like oak, and an increase in pollen from plants associated with drier, more arid conditions, dated to right around 1250 to 1100 BC, a window that overlaps almost precisely with the period of collapse we've been discussing. Cave formations offer yet another independent line of evidence. Stalagmites, the mineral formations that slowly build up on cave floors over thousands of years as water drips from the ceiling above, grow in layers whose chemical composition reflects the climate conditions at the time each layer formed, in ways broadly similar to how tree rings work. Studies of stalagmites from caves in the eastern Mediterranean region have identified a significant sustained dry period covering roughly the same centuries, adding yet another independent scientific data source pointing toward the same broad conclusion. Put these three lines of evidence together: tree rings, lake sediment pollen, and cave stalagmite chemistry, three entirely independent scientific methods, studied by different research teams using different techniques, converging on the same general period. And you have what many climate scientists and archaeologists now consider fairly strong evidence that the eastern Mediterranean experienced a genuine sustained drought event spanning roughly a century and a half, right around the time the Bronze Age palace civilizations were unravelling. Now, I want to be careful here, because correlation across scientific data sets, however compelling, is not automatically the same thing as proof of causation, and the researchers who study this period are themselves generally careful to frame the climate evidence as one important piece of a larger, more complicated puzzle, rather than a single, simple, case-closed explanation. But let's think through, carefully and slowly, what a drought of this scale and duration would actually have meant for the specific kind of civilization we've spent the last several chapters describing. Bronze Age agriculture in this region depended heavily on rainfall, particularly in areas without major rivers offering the kind of predictable annual flooding that made Egyptian agriculture along the Nile so unusually resilient by comparison. Greece, much of Anatolia, and significant portions of the Levant relied primarily on seasonal rains to water their barley and wheat crops, their olive trees, their vineyards. A single bad year, a single failed rainy season was manageable. Every agricultural society throughout history has weathered occasional bad harvests, usually by drawing on stored grain reserves and adjusting consumption until the following year's harvest arrived. But a drought that persists not for 1 year, or even 3 or 4, but across multiple consecutive decades, represents an entirely different category of crisis, one that exhausts stored reserves, depletes soil fertility, and eventually forces populations into choices no amount of careful palace-level grain administration can fully absorb. Remember the redistributive palace economies we discussed earlier, the Mycenaean system where the central palace collected raw agricultural goods and redistributed processed goods and rations to a large dependent population of specialized workers. This system worked beautifully in years of normal or above-average harvest, when the palace had genuine surplus to distribute. But that same centralized system becomes acutely vulnerable during sustained agricultural failure, because it depends entirely on the surrounding countryside producing enough surplus grain to support not just the farming families themselves, but also the entire non-farming population of scribes, weavers, bronzesmiths, priests and soldiers who depended on palace rations rather than growing their own food. A prolonged drought doesn't just hurt farmers. It threatens to collapse the entire specialized economic structure built on top of farming, because there is simply no longer enough surplus at the base of that structure to support everything built above it. There's a particularly striking piece of textual evidence that fits directly into this picture, from Hittite records rather than Mycenaean ones. Hittite documents from the final decades of the empire describe repeated serious grain shortages, severe enough that the Hittite king wrote directly to the Egyptian pharaoh requesting emergency grain shipments, an extraordinary request when you consider that Egypt and the Hittite Empire had been military rivals for generations, before eventually settling into an uneasy peace. A letter, sometimes attributed to a Hittite queen, explicitly states that there is no grain in the land of Hatti, and requests urgent shipment from Egypt to save the land and its people from starvation. Egyptian records from the same period describe grain ships being sent specifically to relieve Hittite famine. Think about what this actually represents. The Hittite Empire, this same empire whose capital, Hattusa, would soon be abandoned, whose archives would fall silent, whose 1,000-year political tradition would simply stop appearing in the historical record, was, in its final years, dependent on emergency grain imports from a former rival just to keep its own population fed. This is not the behaviour of a confident, stable empire weathering a routine bad year. This is the behaviour of a state whose fundamental agricultural base had become so unreliable that it needed to import its most basic staple food from across an entire sea through a supply chain that was, as we've already established, itself becoming increasingly strained and unreliable for reasons that had nothing to do with grain at all. Now layer the human displacement piece back on top of this climate evidence, because this is where the different theories genuinely begin to connect rather than compete. A century and a half of increasingly severe, persistent drought would not affect every region equally. Some areas, Anatolia's interior in particular, based on some reconstructions, may have suffered especially severe agricultural collapse, forcing populations to move in search of food and water, exactly the kind of population movement that could plausibly explain, at least in part, the sudden appearance of displaced groups, the sea peoples among them, converging on the more agriculturally resilient coastal regions and eventually Egypt itself, whose Nile-fed agriculture, while also affected by broader regional climate shifts, remained comparatively more reliable than rain-dependent farming further north and east. This is precisely the kind of cascading, multiplying crisis we discussed earlier, now with a specific environmental trigger sitting at its root. Drought weakens agricultural production across multiple regions simultaneously. Weakened agricultural production strains the redistributive palace economies that depend on reliable surplus. Strained palace economies struggle to maintain the bronze weapon production, the standing military forces, and the diplomatic gift exchanges that had previously kept the whole interconnected system stable. Populations in the hardest-hit regions begin moving in search of food, sometimes peacefully seeking to settle or trade in new areas, sometimes turning to raiding when peaceful options are unavailable or insufficient. These migrations and raids further disrupt the trade routes that the remaining stable kingdoms depend on for the copper and tin their own bronze industries require. And weakened, resource-strained kingdoms become increasingly vulnerable to whatever combination of internal unrest and external pressure eventually proves too much to withstand. I find something almost eerie in how well this climate evidence, once you actually look closely at it, seems to explain not just the fact of the collapse, but its specific texture. The gradual, uneven, multi-decade unfolding we discussed in the last chapter, rather than a single dramatic event striking everywhere at once. A drought does not arrive as a sudden catastrophe the way an earthquake or a single military invasion might. It arrives slowly, unevenly, worsening gradually over years and decades, affecting different regions with different severity depending on local geography and existing agricultural resilience. That kind of slow, uneven, compounding pressure fits the actual archaeological pattern we see. Cities destroyed at somewhat different times across a window of 40 to 60 years, rather than all on a single identifiable date, far better than a single sudden trigger event would. There is one more piece of climate-related evidence worth mentioning, because it adds an unsettling additional layer to this picture, the possibility of major volcanic activity contributing to broader climate disruption during roughly this same general era. Some researchers have pointed to evidence of significant volcanic eruptions in this general period, whose ash and sulfur emissions could have contributed to short-term global cooling and disrupted weather patterns on top of the longer, slower drought trend already underway. The picture that emerges when you combine all of this evidence is of a world already under sustained environmental strain from a persistent, multi-generational drought, potentially experiencing additional shorter-term climate shocks layered on top of that baseline stress, at exactly the moment when its elaborate, interconnected, specialized civilization was least equipped, structurally, to absorb any further disruption at all. None of this proves that climate change alone caused the Late Bronze Age collapse, and the researchers who study this evidence most carefully are again generally quite careful not to claim that it does. What the climate evidence does provide is a compelling, scientifically well-supported explanation for why this particular civilization, at this particular moment, may have become unusually fragile. why a network that had weathered individual shocks before, the plague mentioned in that Cypriot king's apologetic letter, occasional raiding, occasional political instability, suddenly found itself unable to absorb the combination of pressures arriving in these final decades. The climate theory doesn't replace the human theory, the story of the sea peoples and displaced populations and desperate diplomatic letters. It underlies it, explains it, gives it a root cause reaching down into the soil and the rainfall patterns themselves, into forces far larger and far quieter than any single army or any single king's decision. The sky itself slowly, persistently, turning drier than anyone alive in this civilization had ever personally experienced or had any cultural memory of preparing for. And beneath that drying sky, an entire elaborate, interconnected, specialized world of palaces and trade routes and bronze workshops and diplomatic letters, built across centuries on the quiet, largely unexamined assumption that the rains would keep coming the way they always had. They didn't, and when they stopped, everything built on top of that assumption began, slowly and then with increasing speed, to come apart. Chapter 8. What the Old Stories Remember. Long before tree rings and pollen cores gave us a scientific window into ancient climate, people who lived through disasters they didn't understand did the only thing available to them. They told stories. And I think it's worth taking these stories seriously, not as literal historical documents, but as a different kind of evidence entirely, cultural memory, passed down and reshaped across generations, sometimes preserving, in distorted and symbolic form, a genuine echo of events too large and too traumatic for any single eyewitness account to fully capture. Let's start with the most direct textual evidence we actually have, which isn't myth at all, but something closer to contemporary reportage, the Egyptian inscriptions of Ramesses III at his mortuary temple of Medinet Habu, describing, in the pharaoh's own triumphant words, a conspiracy of enemies moving against Egypt. The inscription reads, in part, that no land could stand before the invaders, that Hatti, Kode, Carchemish, Azzewa, and Alashia were cut off in a single moment. This is contemporary testimony, carved in stone by the very civilization living through the crisis, and it tells us, in its own dramatic, propagandistic way, that the scale of this disaster was understood, even at the time, as something extraordinary. Not a routine border skirmish, but a conspiracy of enemies sweeping across the entire known world, one land after another, in what felt to the Egyptians like an unstoppable chain reaction. Notice too that Ramesses' inscription essentially confirms the sequence we've already reconstructed from archaeology. The Hittite realm collapsing, the Levantine coast falling, Cyprus disrupted, all before the crisis reaches Egypt's own borders. The pharaoh is describing, from his own contemporary vantage point, exactly the cascading pattern that modern archaeologists would later piece back together, city by city, excavation by excavation, over the following 3,000 years. Now let's move outward from this direct contemporary account into the realm of later myth and legend, because this is where the picture becomes both more speculative and, in its own way, more emotionally resonant. Greek mythology, as it comes down to us through Homer and later writers, is set explicitly in this exact period. The world of the Trojan War, of Agamemnon and Achilles, and the great palace kingdoms of Mycenaean Greece, is precisely the world we've been describing throughout this entire story. And Greek tradition itself remembered this period as an ending, a boundary between one age and another. Hesiod, writing centuries after the collapse, described a succession of ages of humanity, an age of gold, an age of silver, an age of bronze, and finally an age of heroes, which he explicitly identifies as ending in destruction, war, and the fading of a race of demigods into a diminished, harder world that Hesiod himself, writing in what we now call the Greek Dark Age, experienced as considerably poorer and less grand than the legendary world he was describing. This matters because it tells us something important about how the collapse was remembered, even centuries later, by the descendants of the very people who lived through it. The Greeks did not remember their Bronze Age palace civilization as simply forgotten, the way you might forget an unremarkable earlier period of history. They remembered it quite specifically as a lost golden age, a time of heroes and great deeds, followed by catastrophe and a permanent diminishment of the world. The myth of the Trojan War itself, whatever specific historical kernel of truth it may or may not contain, is set at almost precisely the transitional moment between the flourishing palace civilization and its collapse, and many scholars have wondered whether the oral tradition that eventually crystallized into Homer's epics may have preserved, in deeply transformed and mythologized form, genuine folk memory of the broader instability and warfare that characterized this entire collapsing world, even if the specific siege of a specific city named Troy is impossible to verify as literal historical fact. There's a broader category of ancient myth I want to bring in here too, because it appears across multiple, independent cultures in this same general region and era, and its persistence across cultures that had limited direct contact with one another is, I think, genuinely striking. Flood myths. The idea of a great world-ending deluge sent by divine anger or cosmic imbalance appears in Mesopotamian tradition through the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the biblical account of Noah, in Greek mythology through the story of Deucalion, and in variant forms across many other cultures within and beyond this immediate region. Now, flood myths specifically are usually connected by scholars to a different, much earlier period, likely reflecting genuine memories of actual regional flooding events in Mesopotamia many centuries before the Bronze Age collapse we've been discussing, rather than being a direct memory of 1177 BC itself. But I raise them here because they illustrate something important about how ancient cultures processed and transmitted memories of catastrophic, world-altering disaster. When something happens that is too large, too destabilizing, and too far beyond ordinary experience to be described in straightforward historical terms, cultures very often reach instead for mythological language, divine anger, cosmic punishment, the world itself turning hostile. Because that kind of symbolic, larger-than-life framing may actually be a more honest emotional representation of what the experience felt like from the inside than a dry, literal account ever could be. This brings us to a theory that sits at the more speculative edge of serious scholarship, but that I think deserves mention because it connects directly to themes we've already explored. The idea, held by some scholars, that certain biblical narratives may preserve distorted, much later memories of instability connected to this general period of Eastern Mediterranean upheaval. The biblical account of the Exodus, the story of a displaced people wandering, of plagues and disaster striking Egypt, of a broader world in chaos, is set by biblical chronology in a period that some scholars place close to, though not perfectly aligned with, the broader late Bronze Age collapse we've been discussing. I want to be careful and honest here. The historical relationship between the biblical Exodus narrative and the archaeological late Bronze Age collapse remains genuinely disputed among scholars, and there is no scholarly consensus connecting them directly. But the broader pattern is worth noting regardless. A period of genuine, severe, multi-generational regional instability, later remembered by multiple cultures through symbolic, often religiously framed narratives of divine punishment, cosmic upheaval, and displaced peoples wandering in search of a stable home. There is also, inevitably, the shadow of Atlantis hovering somewhere near the edges of this story, and I think it's worth addressing directly rather than skipping past, because listeners often wonder about the connection. Plato's account of Atlantis, written many centuries after the Bronze Age collapse, describes a great technologically advanced maritime civilization that angered the gods and was swallowed by the sea in a single catastrophic night. Some researchers, over the years, have speculated that the Atlantis legend might preserve a distorted memory of the volcanic eruption of Thera, the same eruption we touched on earlier, which devastated the Minoan civilization on Crete centuries before our central 1177 BC date, and which some scholars believe may have permanently weakened Minoan sea power in ways that rippled forward into the broader vulnerabilities of the following centuries. This connection between Atlantis and the Thera eruption remains firmly speculative rather than proven, and Plato's account was, by his own framing, presented partly as philosophical allegory rather than strict history. But I mention it because it illustrates once again this same recurring pattern, a genuine, dramatic, geologically documented ancient disaster, echoing forward across many centuries into mythologized cultural memory, reshaped and exaggerated with each retelling, until the kernel of real historical catastrophe becomes almost unrecognizable beneath layers of story. What I find most moving about all of this textual and mythological evidence taken together is what it suggests about how deeply this collapse was actually felt by the people and the descendants of the people who lived through it. This was not a minor regional disturbance, quickly forgotten and folded back into an unbroken continuity of ordinary historical memory. It was significant enough, traumatic enough, world-altering enough, that it echoed forward for centuries in mythological form, as a lost golden age remembered by the Greeks, as fragments potentially embedded in the origin stories of other cultures across the region, as a boundary line separating one kind of world from another kind of world entirely. Let's return for a moment to the Hittite archives, because there is one more piece of textual evidence I think deserves attention here, sitting at the border between straightforward historical record and something closer to omen and prophecy. Hittite religious and administrative texts from the final years of the empire include references to plagues, to disturbing celestial observations, to rituals performed specifically to ward off divine anger and restore cosmic order. Whether these texts reflect genuine astronomical events, genuine disease outbreaks, or simply the anxious religious response of a court increasingly aware that something was going seriously wrong with the stability of their world, they tell us, at minimum, that the people living through these final Hittite decades experienced their own moment, not as an ordinary, manageable political crisis, but as something that felt, to them, cosmically significant, a disturbance in the fundamental order of things, requiring not just military or economic solutions, but religious and ritual ones as well. I think this detail matters because it helps close the gap between the cold, systemic language we've used throughout much of this story, trade networks, climate data, cascading systems failures, and the actual lived emotional experience of the people at the centre of it. From the inside, this collapse would not have felt like a systems failure in the abstract, analytical sense that a modern historian might describe it. It would have felt like the world itself turning hostile, like the gods withdrawing their favour, like an ending too large and too strange to explain in ordinary terms. And when people face something that large and that strange, in this period as in so many others throughout human history, they reach for the language of myth, because myth, for all its symbolic distortion, is sometimes the only vocabulary large enough to hold an experience that shatters the ordinary categories of everyday explanation. So when we ask what the old stories remember, I think the honest answer is probably not a precise literal record of specific events we can map directly onto the archaeological timeline, but something real nonetheless, a genuine cultural memory of catastrophe, reshaped across generations of retelling into golden ages lost, floods sent by angry gods, cities swallowed by the sea, plagues and cosmic disturbances requiring desperate ritual intervention. Beneath every one of these stories, however distorted by centuries of oral transmission and symbolic reinterpretation, there very likely sits a genuine kernel of lived experience. The experience of watching a familiar, prosperous, seemingly permanent world come apart within the span of a single difficult lifetime, and needing somehow to make sense of an ending that defied any explanation ordinary language could fully provide. The myths remember something true, even if they can't tell us, with archaeological precision, exactly what that something was. Chapter 9. The Threat of Other People. We've looked at the sky and the soil. Now let's look carefully and slowly at the third major theory, the oldest, and, in some ways, the most intuitive explanation for why an entire interconnected civilization might collapse within a few generations. War, invasion. The threat of other people, arriving with violence, exploiting a moment of general weakness to seize what they could not otherwise obtain. We've already met the sea peoples in fragments, scattered across earlier chapters, named in Egyptian inscriptions, blamed in Ugarit's desperate letters, described as bringing families and ox carts as well as weapons. Let's slow down now and look at this theory in full because it remains, even after a century of scholarly debate, one of the most genuinely contested and fascinating puzzles in the entire field of Bronze Age archaeology. The primary source, as we've discussed, is Egyptian, specifically the inscriptions and relief carvings at Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, dated to around 1175 BC, just a few years after our central date of 1177. These carvings show, in remarkable visual detail, a great naval and land battle. Egyptian ships engage enemy vessels in the mouth of the Nile Delta, while on land, Egyptian chariots and infantry confront a mixed force that includes warriors with distinctive feathered or spiked headdresses, alongside ox carts loaded with what appear to be entire households, women, children, and domestic goods, travelling together with the fighting men in a manner unlike any standard military campaign depicted in Egyptian art before or after this period. The inscription accompanying these images is triumphant, as we'd expect from a pharaoh commemorating his own victory. But embedded within that triumphant language are details that reveal just how seriously Egypt took this particular threat. The text describes the invaders as a conspiracy, united together, coming from the islands in the midst of the sea, a phrase that has fueled a century of speculation about exactly where these groups originated. It lists the specific named groups we mentioned earlier, the Peleset, Jekka, Shekelesh, Denyen, and Weshesh, and claims, with obvious rhetorical exaggeration but also, I think, a kernel of genuine alarm underneath the propaganda, that no land could stand before their advance, that Hatti had already fallen, that Cyprus and the Levantine coast had already been overwhelmed. Ramesses claims total victory. Egyptian art shows the pharaoh personally overseeing the destruction of the enemy fleet, enemy prisoners paraded in humiliation, hands and other body parts collected as grim proof of the body count for the pharaoh's official records, a standard if unsettling practice in Egyptian military commemoration of this period. By the pharaoh's own account, Egypt won, decisively, and the threat was repelled. And yet here is the genuinely strange part, the detail that keeps this whole theory from resolving into a simple, satisfying story of a heroic defense successfully turning back an existential threat. Even by Egypt's own triumphant account of its own victory, Egypt itself never again returns to true first-rank imperial power after this battle. Ramesses III would be the last pharaoh to command anything resembling the older tradition of Egyptian imperial dominance. Egypt does not disappear the way the Hittite Empire disappears, and it does not experience the kind of total urban destruction that struck Ugarit or the Mycenaean palace centres. But it enters, from this point forward, a long, uneven period of internal strain, reduced international influence, and eventually, within a couple of centuries, genuine political fragmentation, with rival dynasties controlling different parts of what had once been a unified kingdom. So even the one major power that formally claims to have won this war finds itself, within a generation or two, permanently diminished. Which raises an uncomfortable but important question. Was the military threat from the Sea Peoples really the decisive cause of this collapse? Or was it rather a symptom, a highly visible, dramatically documented symptom, of a deeper systemic crisis that would have continued weakening these kingdoms regardless of whether any particular military engagement was won or lost? This is where the human causation theory and the climate and systems theory we discussed in the previous chapters begin to converge rather than compete, and I think this convergence is actually the most intellectually honest place for us to land, even if it's less dramatically satisfying than picking a single clean villain. Let's think through the migration question more carefully, because it's genuinely central to understanding what kind of threat the Sea Peoples actually represented. Where did they come from? The honest scholarly answer is, we don't fully know, and the evidence points in multiple directions simultaneously, which is itself part of why this remains such an actively debated topic even today. Some of the named groups have plausible, if not entirely certain, connections to specific regions. The Shurden are widely thought to be connected, at least by name, to Sardinia, though whether they originated there and later gave the island its name, or originated elsewhere and later settled Sardinia, taking their name with them, remains disputed. The Shekelesh show a similar possible connection to Sicily. The Peleset are the group most confidently connected to a later, better documented population, the Philistines, who settled the southern coastal region of Canaan in the immediate aftermath of this collapse, and whose material culture, as revealed through excavations at sites like Ashkelon and Ekron, shows genuine similarities to Aegean and Cypriot pottery styles and building techniques, supporting the idea that this particular group, at least, likely originated somewhere in the Aegean or broader eastern Mediterranean world before migrating and eventually settling permanently along this specific stretch of coastline. What this suggests, taken as a whole, is not a single unified nation of sea peoples marching out from one specific homeland with one coordinated military objective, but rather a complex overlapping set of population movements, originating from multiple different regions across the Aegean, Anatolia, and the central Mediterranean, converging on the eastern Mediterranean coastline and eventually Egypt over the course of several decades, likely for a combination of related but not identical reasons in each specific case. Consider what might have set these movements in motion in the first place. If, as the climate evidence we discussed in the previous chapter strongly suggests, this entire region was experiencing a prolonged, worsening drought, then populations in more marginal agricultural regions, smaller Aegean islands for instance, or parts of Anatolia with less reliable water sources than the great river valleys further south and east, would likely have been among the first and hardest hit, facing failing harvests, dwindling stored reserves, and increasingly desperate local conditions. Some portion of these populations would have faced a genuinely brutal choice: stay and face slow starvation, or move, by whatever means available, in search of somewhere the situation might be better. For coastal and island populations throughout this era, moving generally meant moving by sea, because seafaring was already, as we established earlier, deeply embedded in the everyday economic and cultural life of this entire interconnected Bronze Age world. People who had spent generations building and sailing merchant ships as part of ordinary trade would have possessed exactly the maritime skills and vessels needed to relocate an entire community by water if local land-based conditions became unlivable. And a population moving by sea, in desperate search of somewhere new to settle, arriving at coastlines that were themselves already strained by the same broader drought and already weakened by the trade disruptions we discussed several chapters ago, would very plausibly have found that peaceful settlement was not readily available, that existing kingdoms, themselves stretched thin and increasingly protective of their own diminishing resources, were unwilling or unable to simply absorb new arrivals, leaving raiding, or outright conquest, as one of the few remaining options for securing the food and territory needed to survive. This picture displays populations turning out of genuine desperation rather than pure predatory ambition toward raiding and eventual settlement by force, does not excuse the violence these groups inflicted on the cities and kingdoms they encountered, and it's worth being honest that from the perspective of a family living in Ugarit or a village along the Levantine coast, the distinction between a desperate migrant and a violent invader would have mattered very little in the moment their home was burning around them. But understanding the likely underlying pressures does help explain why this crisis unfolded the way it did, not as a single coordinated military campaign with a clear beginning, middle, and end, but as a diffuse, overlapping wave of instability arriving from multiple directions over multiple decades, striking hardest at exactly the coastal and harbour cities that had built their prosperity on the kind of open, welcoming, ship-friendly trade infrastructure that made them, in this new context, especially vulnerable to exactly this kind of seaborne pressure. There's a further layer to the human causation theory that deserves attention here too, because war and raiding were not only something that arrived from outside this world. There is also substantial evidence of internal conflict and instability within the collapsing kingdoms themselves, quite separate from any external sea people's threat. Hittite royal correspondence from the empire's final decades reveals ongoing succession disputes and internal political rivalries. Some Mycenaean palace destructions show patterns that some archaeologists believe are more consistent with internal conflict between rival palace centres, or even internal social uprising by populations increasingly resentful of the demanding, highly stratified palace economic system, rather than destruction by clearly foreign invaders. This detail matters because it further complicates any attempt to draw a clean line between external invasion as cause and internal collapse as effect. It's entirely possible, and increasingly considered likely by many scholars, that in several regions the sequence actually ran in something closer to the opposite direction from the simplest popular narrative. Environmental and economic strain first weakened these palace societies from within, generating internal unrest, elite competition for increasingly scarce resources, and declining loyalty from populations who no longer saw much benefit in supporting an elaborate centralized bureaucracy that could no longer reliably feed them. And only after this internal weakening had already significantly eroded these kingdoms' defensive capacity did external raiders, themselves driven by their own version of the same broader regional crisis, arrive to deliver what was, in many cases, more of a final blow than a sole originating cause. I think this is, Ultimately, the most historically honest way to hold the human causation theory alongside the climate theory we explored in the previous chapter, rather than treating them as competing, mutually exclusive explanations. War and invasion were absolutely part of what happened during this collapse. The burn layers, the mutilated statues at Hazor, the desperate letters from Ugarit describing enemy ships, are far too consistent and far too widespread to be explained away as coincidental accidents or purely internal unrest. But the war itself increasingly looks less like the deep originating cause of the collapse, and more like one especially visible, especially dramatic symptom of a much larger, slower-moving systemic crisis. A crisis rooted in climate stress, agricultural failure, trade disruption, and the particular, specific fragility of a highly specialized, deeply interconnected civilization that had built extraordinary prosperity on exactly the kind of complex interdependence that made it, in the end, unusually vulnerable to compounding simultaneous shocks. The Sea Peoples did not create the underlying crisis. They were in large part themselves a product of it, displaced by conditions similar to those weakening the very kingdoms they eventually encountered, arriving at exactly the moment those kingdoms were least equipped to absorb any further pressure, and delivering in city after city along that glittering once prosperous coastline, the final, violent chapter of a story whose earlier chapters had already been written slowly, quietly, invisibly, in failed harvests and disrupted trade routes, and increasingly desperate diplomatic letters that arrived too late, or were never answered at all. There is still one more question worth sitting with quietly together in these final chapters. Not what caused this collapse, because we've now walked through the strongest available evidence on that question as thoroughly as the current historical record allows. The question I want to turn to now is different, and I think in its own way gentler. What actually endures, 3,000 years later, from a civilization that came apart so completely that its own writing system disappeared for 4 centuries, that its greatest empire vanished so thoroughly its very name had to be rediscovered by archaeologists digging through Egyptian and biblical references centuries before anyone found Hattusa itself. Chapter 10. What Endures. Let's begin with Hattusa itself, because its rediscovery is its own quiet story of memory lost and slowly, painstakingly recovered. For nearly 3,000 years, the Hittite Empire existed in the historical record only as a name mentioned briefly in the Hebrew Bible and occasionally in Egyptian inscriptions. A shadowy, half-legendary people, scholars weren't entirely certain had been a real independent empire at all, rather than perhaps a smaller vassal kingdom exaggerated by later biblical writers. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as archaeologists began excavating the ruins near the modern Turkish village of Boğazkale, that the true scale of what had once stood there became clear: a capital city of tens of thousands of people, massive fortified walls, temple complexes, and, most valuably of all, a royal archive containing tens of thousands of clay tablets written in multiple languages, including a peace treaty with Egypt, inscribed in both Hittite and Egyptian versions, that remains one of the oldest surviving international peace treaties in human history, so significant that a replica of it hangs today in the United Nations headquarters in New York, presented as a symbol of the ancient origins of diplomatic conflict resolution. Think about the strangeness of that fact for a moment. A treaty negotiated by a civilization that would, within a few generations of signing it, disappear so completely that its own name would nearly be lost to history, and yet that same treaty, preserved by accident in the burned and buried ruins of a city its makers could never have imagined would lie forgotten and rediscovered thousands of years later, now hangs as a symbol of diplomatic achievement in the headquarters of an organization founded to prevent exactly the kind of catastrophic, world-altering conflict that eventually swallowed the empire that first wrote it. This is, I think, one of the genuinely strange and moving truths about what actually endures from a collapsed civilization. It is almost never the things the civilization itself would have expected to be remembered for. The Hittites did not carve that treaty imagining it would someday represent, to a distant future civilization they could never have conceived of, the ancient origins of their own diplomatic institutions. They carved it as a practical document, a working record of a specific political agreement between 2 specific living kings meant to govern real relations between real, ongoing states. its later symbolic meaning arrived entirely by accident. Generations after the empire that produced it had already vanished, salvaged from beneath the earth by strangers reading a language no living person had spoken in millennia. Consider Ugarit, too, in this same light. The city that burned so completely its palace walls partially melted from the heat, whose final desperate letters we've spent so much time with throughout this story, is remembered today not primarily for its wealth or its trade networks, extraordinary as they were, but for something almost accidental. Its scribes, in the centuries before the collapse, had developed one of the world's earliest alphabetic writing systems, a cuneiform alphabet using a relatively small number of distinct symbols to represent sounds, rather than the vastly more complex logographic and syllabic systems used by contemporary Mesopotamian and Egyptian scribes. This alphabetic innovation at Ugarit did not, on its own, survive the collapse in continuous use. But it stands today as one of the important early ancestors of the broader alphabetic writing tradition that would eventually spread through Phoenician trade networks and ultimately give rise to the Greek alphabet, and through it, eventually, to the alphabet I'm using right now to write the very words of this sentence. There is something quietly remarkable in that lineage when you trace it all the way through. A city burns, is abandoned, and is essentially forgotten for over 3,000 years, its very name lost, until a French archaeologist's careful excavation of a Syrian farmer's field brings it back into the light. And yet a small, practical writing innovation developed by its scribes, intended simply to make record-keeping and correspondence more efficient for a busy trading city, quietly outlives the city itself by millennia, threading forward through Phoenician sailors and Greek adapters into essentially the entire modern alphabetic writing tradition used across a huge portion of the world today. What survives, in other words, is very rarely the grandeur a civilization was proudest of in its own time. The palaces, the gold, the diplomatic prestige of being called brother by a distant pharaoh. What survives, far more often, is something quieter, more practical, more easily overlooked by the civilization itself while it was still thriving. A writing system, a trade route that later peoples continue to use, a story reshaped into myth and passed down through oral tradition until it eventually gets written into an epic poem centuries later by a poet who may never have known, with any real historical precision, exactly what he was drawing on. Let's talk about Greece specifically, because I think its particular path through this collapse and its long, slow recovery afterward offers one of the most genuinely hopeful threads within this whole difficult story. The roughly 4 centuries following the Mycenaean palace collapse are traditionally called the Greek Dark Age, a period of significantly reduced population, reduced material wealth, and, as we discussed earlier, the complete loss of literacy, since the Linear B script had been used almost exclusively for palace administrative record-keeping and simply had no further institutional purpose once the palaces themselves had burned. For 400 years, the people living in this region left behind far less material evidence than their Mycenaean ancestors had, and far less than their Greek descendants soon would again. Archaeologists sometimes describe this period, somewhat bleakly, as a genuine dark age in the most literal sense, a time from which comparatively little direct evidence survives, precisely because the elaborate bureaucratic and monumental infrastructure that generates most of our archaeological evidence from other periods had itself collapsed along with the palace system that once supported it. And yet, something did survive quietly, through those 4 dark centuries, passed down not in writing but in memory, in oral performance, in the practiced recitation of poets who carried stories forward across generations the way singers and storytellers have done in oral traditions throughout human history, long before writing made that kind of careful memorization less strictly necessary. Somewhere in that long oral tradition, stories about the great Mycenaean palace kingdoms, about legendary kings and a legendary war fought over a legendary city, were being reshaped, embellished, and passed forward, generation after generation, by people who had never personally seen a functioning Mycenaean palace, who lived instead among its ruins, farming smaller and poorer settlements built in the shadow of walls too massive for their own diminished society to have built from scratch. When Greek literacy finally does re-emerge, sometime around 800 BC, using an alphabet adapted from Phoenician traders, themselves, in a beautiful bit of historical circularity, likely descended from the same broader Eastern Mediterranean trading culture that had produced the alphabetic writing innovations we discussed at Ugarit centuries earlier. One of the very first great works to be written down in this new script is, of course, Homer's Iliad, an epic poem describing in extraordinary detail the world and the war of exactly the palace civilization that had collapsed 4 centuries before Homer himself was likely even born. I find this almost unbearably moving, honestly, the more I sit with it. A civilization collapses so thoroughly that it loses its own writing system entirely. And yet the story of that civilization, its heroes, its wars, its glittering doomed palace culture survives anyway, carried forward for 400 years through nothing but human memory and the patient, disciplined art of oral storytelling until literacy itself is eventually reinvented, borrowed this time from a different source entirely, and the very first thing that new literate culture chooses to preserve permanently in writing is the memory of the world that came before it, the world its own ancestors had lost. That is what I mean when I say that what endures is very rarely what a civilization itself would have expected. The Mycenaean palace administrators, carefully tracking olive oil rations and chariot wheel inventories on their clay tablets, could never have imagined that their entire elaborate bureaucratic writing system would disappear completely, while the stories their society told about itself, the myths, the heroic tales, the songs sung at feasts about legendary kings and legendary wars, would instead be the thing that survived, carried forward not through their own careful record-keeping, but through the far more fragile, far more human medium of memory and voice, across 4 centuries in which not a single word of their civilization's own writing was being produced anywhere in Greece. Let's widen the lens once more, beyond any single site or single culture, and ask what this whole collapse, taken as a complete story, actually tells us, all these centuries later, about civilization itself, about fragility and resilience, about the strange, unpredictable way that human societies both fall apart and eventually, in their own new forms, come back together again. I think the honest answer is something like this: complexity and interconnection, the very qualities that made the Late Bronze Age world so extraordinary, so wealthy, so cosmopolitan for its era. Kings across 1,000 miles calling each other brother, ships carrying tin from thousands of miles away to meet copper from Cyprus in the same bronze smith's furnace, glass ingots and ostrich eggshells and Baltic amber all converging in the hold of a single merchant vessel. Those very same qualities, the deep interdependence that generated all that prosperity, also generated a particular specific kind of fragility, one that a simpler, less interconnected, less specialized society would never have had to face in quite the same way. When a system that complex and that interdependent finally does break, under the combined weight of climate stress, trade disruption, and displaced desperate populations converging from multiple directions at once, it doesn't break gently or partially. It tends to break comprehensively, cascading through every connected node, because the very connections that once spread prosperity so efficiently also, in the moment of crisis, spread the crisis itself with equal terrible efficiency. And yet civilization, in the broader, longer sense, did not actually end. That's worth remembering too, alongside everything else. Individual kingdoms fell. An entire way of organizing society, the centralized redistributive palace economy that had defined the Bronze Age for centuries, essentially disappeared and was never really rebuilt in quite the same form. But the people themselves, the descendants of the weavers and the bronzesmiths, and the farmers we spent time with several chapters ago, did not disappear along with their kings and their palaces. They adapted. They rebuilt slowly in smaller, different, often less centralized forms. Iron, a metal far more widely available than the tin that bronze depended on, began to spread more broadly in the centuries following the collapse, precisely because a metal that didn't require 1,000-mile supply chains and complex palace-controlled trade networks offered a kind of resilience the old bronze economy had never possessed. Out of the ashes of the palace-centered Bronze Age world, new political forms would eventually emerge across this same region. The small city-states of early Iron Age Greece, the Phoenician trading network that would spread the alphabet across the Mediterranean, the Philistine cities along the southern Levantine coast, the eventual rise of new kingdoms and empires that would define the following centuries of ancient history. None of this happened quickly, and none of it happened without real, profound, often permanent loss. The specific glittering world we've spent this entire story exploring, the Hittite Empire, the Mycenaean palace civilization, prosperous Ugarit with its harbour full of ships from a dozen nations. That specific world really did end, permanently, and nothing that came after it was ever quite the same. But something did come after it. The thread of human continuity, however thin, however diminished for those long, dark centuries, did not actually break. It stretched and strained and very nearly snapped in places, but it held, carried forward by ordinary people, rebuilding smaller, humbler versions of community and cooperation in the ruins of something much grander, until eventually, centuries later, new forms of writing, new forms of trade, new forms of political organization emerged that would carry human civilization forward into the world we recognize today. I think that's ultimately the quiet lesson sitting at the heart of this entire mystery, underneath all the archaeology and the climate data and the desperate diplomatic letters. Civilizations really can fall comprehensively in ways that feel, from the inside, like an absolute and permanent ending. The people living through 1177 BC, and the difficult decades surrounding it, had every reason to believe their world, their prosperous, interconnected, sophisticated world of brother kings and bronze workshops and busy harbours, was simply how the world worked, permanently, the way people in every era tend to assume their own familiar arrangement of things is more stable and more permanent than it actually turns out to be. They were wrong about that, in the end, in ways that must have been almost impossible to fully process while it was actually happening around them. And yet the deeper thread, the human capacity to rebuild, to adapt, to carry stories and skills and hope forward, even through genuine catastrophe, even through centuries of reduced circumstances and lost writing systems and diminished trade, that thread never actually broke. It simply changed shape, quietly, patiently, the way a river changes course after a flood, finding new paths where the old ones no longer exist, carrying the same essential water forward regardless, toward whatever comes next. Chapter 11. The Ground Itself and the Sickness No One Named. There are two more threads I want to lay out before we let this mystery settle, because I think leaving them out would give you an incomplete picture of just how many overlapping possibilities archaeologists have had to weigh against each other over the past century of careful, patient work. Neither of these threads is likely to be the whole answer on its own, but each one adds another layer of texture to the larger picture we've been slowly assembling, and I think, in a strange way, that layering is exactly the point of this whole story. Nothing about this collapse resolves into a single, simple cause. It resolves instead into a dense, tangled weave of contributing pressures, arriving together, compounding each other, in a part of the world that had simply never had to withstand quite so many of them at once before. Let's start with the ground itself. The Eastern Mediterranean sits along one of the most seismically active regions on Earth, where the Anatolian, Arabian and African tectonic plates grind against one another in ways that have produced significant damaging earthquakes throughout recorded history right up to the present day. This was true in the Bronze Age as well, and archaeologists excavating several of the destroyed sites we've discussed throughout this story have found physical evidence consistent with earthquake damage layered in, among the evidence of fire and violent destruction, collapsed walls showing patterns of structural failure more consistent with ground shaking than with deliberate demolition, skeletal remains found crushed beneath fallen architecture, in positions suggesting sudden, unexpected collapse, rather than a fire that gave residents time to flee, and, at a few sites, the kind of fault-line displacement in the archaeological strata itself that geologists can sometimes identify even thousands of years later. A researcher named Amos Neer, a geophysicist rather than a traditional archaeologist, proposed in the 1990s what he called the earthquake storm hypothesis, suggesting that the Eastern Mediterranean may have experienced an unusually intense cluster of major earthquakes across a relatively compressed period of several decades, around 1200 to 1150 BC, each one potentially triggering stress transfers along connected fault lines that made subsequent earthquakes elsewhere in the region more likely rather than less, creating something like a rolling, region-wide seismic crisis rather than a series of unrelated, isolated events. I find this theory quietly unsettling in a way that's different from the other explanations we've discussed, because an earthquake, unlike drought or invasion, offers no warning at all, no letters describing gathering danger, no gradual worsening that a king or a scribe might have had time to write anxiously about before the actual crisis arrived. It simply happens in a matter of seconds, and whatever damage it causes is already complete before anyone fully understands what has occurred. Now here's the important nuance, the detail that keeps the earthquake theory from standing entirely on its own as a full explanation for this entire collapse. Earthquake damage alone, however severe, tends to be recoverable, especially for a wealthy, well-organized society with access to skilled labor, building materials and trade partners who can supply what local resources cannot. Societies throughout history have suffered devastating earthquakes and rebuilt, sometimes within a single generation, when the surrounding social and economic conditions remained otherwise stable enough to support that recovery effort. What makes the earthquake evidence from this particular period so significant is not the earthquakes themselves, but their timing, arriving, according to the current evidence, during exactly the same decades when these societies were already weakened by drought-driven agricultural failure, already strained by disrupted trade networks, and already facing increasing pressure from displaced populations moving through the region in search of food and stability. A society with full granaries, secure trade routes, and a stable, well-fed population can absorb a major earthquake and rebuild. A society already stretched thin on every one of those fronts simultaneously may simply lack the surplus capacity, the spare resources and spare labor and spare political stability needed to recover from one more shock landing on top of everything else. This is again that same cascading multiplier pattern we keep returning to throughout this entire story, now with an additional, entirely blameless natural force added into the mix. Not an enemy with intentions, not even a slow, understandable climate shift, simply the restless, indifferent motion of tectonic plates that had been grinding against each other for millions of years before any human civilization existed at all, and that happened, through nothing but geological coincidence, to produce an unusually active seismic period during precisely the decades this particular civilization could least afford to absorb one more source of disruption. Now let's turn to the second thread, the one that appears more quietly in the record, mentioned almost in passing in a handful of surviving documents, but that carries its own particular kind of dread once you notice it: disease. We've already encountered one direct reference to this, in the letter from the King of Cyprus, apologizing to Egypt for a shortfall in copper shipments, explaining that a plague had struck his island and killed many of his workers, an event he describes, in the religious language typical of the period, as the hand of a god having struck all the men of his country. This letter is dated somewhat earlier than our central 1177 BC collapse period, but it establishes something important. Infectious disease outbreaks severe enough to disrupt an entire kingdom's economic capacity were clearly a recognized real possibility in this world, not a hypothetical concern, but a lived documented experience that at least one Bronze Age king had personally had to explain to a diplomatic partner. There is broader evidence too of disease circulating actively throughout this interconnected Mediterranean world during roughly this general era. Some scholars have pointed to references in various Near Eastern texts describing widespread illness, and there is at least some suggestive, though not conclusive evidence from skeletal and textual sources pointing toward disease outbreaks affecting multiple regions during the broader window surrounding the collapse. The exact nature of these outbreaks, what specific pathogen or pathogens may have been involved, remains difficult to determine with real confidence from the available ancient evidence, which rarely provides the kind of detailed clinical description that would let modern researchers identify a specific disease with real certainty, the way we might for outbreaks that occurred somewhat later, when written medical description became more detailed and more systematic. But think for a moment about what disease would actually mean layered on top of everything else we've already discussed. This is, after all, precisely the kind of highly interconnected trading world where disease could spread with real efficiency. The same ships carrying tin and copper and glass ingots between distant ports could just as easily carry infected fleas, contaminated water, or sick sailors from one crowded harbour city to another, following exactly the same well-established trade routes that had for centuries been this civilization's greatest source of prosperity. A society already weakened by drought-driven malnutrition, its population's immune resilience already compromised by inadequate food supply, moving in increasingly desperate displaced groups in search of stability, converging on crowded coastal cities and refugee settlements, would represent close to ideal conditions for infectious disease to spread rapidly and lethally, adding yet another layer of mortality and social disruption on top of an already overwhelming combination of environmental, economic and military pressures. I want to be careful here, because the direct evidence for a major widespread epidemic specifically driving this collapse is genuinely thinner and more speculative than the evidence for drought, trade disruption, or the sea people's migrations we discussed earlier. This is not a theory that most current scholars would place at the centre of their explanation. But I include it because I think it illustrates something important about how this entire mystery actually works. The deeper you look into it, almost every plausible contributing factor we've examined throughout this whole story — drought, earthquake, trade collapse, migration, warfare, and now, possibly disease — shares a common feature. Each one, on its own, is a manageable, survivable crisis that resilient, well-organized societies have weathered many times throughout history, in many different eras, without collapsing entirely. What makes this particular collapse so historically significant, so genuinely mysterious in its totality, is not any single one of these factors in isolation, but the apparent convergence of several, or perhaps even all of them, arriving within the same compressed window of several decades, each one weakening the society's capacity to absorb the next one, in a compounding spiral that no single kingdom, however sophisticated its bureaucracy or however skilled its diplomats, ultimately proved able to fully withstand. There's a phrase that the historian Eric Klein, one of the leading modern scholars of this entire period, uses to describe this convergence, and I think it captures the underlying mystery better than almost anything else I've come across in all the research behind this story. He calls it a perfect storm, not a single cause, but a rare, unfortunate alignment of multiple independent stresses, each one individually survivable, arriving together in a combination severe enough and sustained enough to overwhelm even a civilization as sophisticated, as wealthy, and as deeply interconnected as the late Bronze Age Mediterranean world had become. I think what I find most quietly haunting about this perfect storm framing, the more time I spend with it, is how little control any single person, any single king, any single kingdom actually had over the outcome. This wasn't a story of foolish decisions or obvious warning signs ignored. The kings writing those desperate letters we've spent so much time with throughout this journey were, by every indication we have, doing exactly what capable, responsible rulers were supposed to do, sending help where it was needed, requesting aid through established diplomatic channels, managing their grain reserves as carefully as circumstances allowed. They were playing, as best they could, a game whose rules had worked reliably for centuries. What none of them could have anticipated, what perhaps nothing in their own historical experience could have prepared them to anticipate, was that so many different pressures, each individually survivable, would arrive at almost exactly the same moment, compounding each other faster than any of the normal recovery mechanisms built into their society could possibly keep pace with. That, I think, is the quiet, unsettling truth sitting at the very centre of this entire 3,000-year-old mystery. Not a single villain to blame, not a single mistake to point to and say, "Here, this is where it all went wrong." Just an extraordinarily unlucky, extraordinarily rare convergence of pressures arriving together in a world that had built its extraordinary prosperity on exactly the kind of deep interdependence that made this particular kind of convergence so much more dangerous than it would have been to a simpler, less connected society. The ground shook in places at the worst possible moment. The rains failed for longer than anyone could remember them failing before. Disease may have moved quietly along the very trade routes that had once carried nothing but prosperity. And into this same weakened, strained world, waves of displaced people arrived, themselves fleeing some version of the very same underlying crisis, looking only for somewhere stable enough to survive. No single thread on its own explains everything, but woven together they explain, as well as 3,000 years of patient archaeological work has managed to explain anything, why a world this rich, this connected, this confident in its own permanence, could still come apart within the span of a single difficult human lifetime. Chapter 12. How any of this was ever found at all. I want to slow down now and talk about something we've mostly taken for granted throughout this entire story so far. How any of this evidence was actually found and pieced together and gradually assembled into the picture we've been exploring together. Because I think the story of the discovery is, in its own quiet way, almost as remarkable as the story of the collapse itself, and it helps explain why this particular mystery took so long to even begin to resolve, and why it remains, even now, genuinely unsettled in important ways. For most of the modern era, nobody knew this collapse had happened at all, in the specific interconnected sense we've described throughout this story. Individual pieces existed in isolated fragments of tradition. Biblical scholars knew, vaguely, of a people called the Hittites mentioned in scripture. Classical scholars knew Greek legend spoke of a heroic age destroyed by war, followed by a dark and diminished period before the classical Greece of Athens and Sparta eventually emerged. Egyptologists, once hieroglyphic writing was finally deciphered in the early 19th century, following the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, could read Ramesses III's inscriptions describing his victory over the Sea Peoples. But these were scattered, disconnected fragments, studied by scholars working in entirely different academic fields, using different languages, different methods, rarely in direct conversation with one another. Nobody had yet recognized that all of these fragments were actually describing pieces of the very same interconnected regional catastrophe. It took over a century of separate excavations, gradually accumulating and only slowly being brought into conversation with each other before the full shape of this collapse began to emerge. The Hittite capital at Hattusa wasn't properly identified and excavated until the early 20th century. The Mycenaean palace sites in Greece, Mycenae itself, famously excavated by the wealthy amateur archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s, who was searching, somewhat controversially, for physical proof of Homer's legendary heroes, were understood initially mostly through the lens of myth and legend rather than as part of a broader systemic regional collapse. Ugarit wasn't discovered until that 1929 plough strike we opened this whole story with. And it wasn't really until the middle decades of the 20th century, as archaeologists working across Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Syria and Israel gradually began comparing notes, that the true scale of the pattern became clear, that this wasn't a series of separate unrelated regional declines happening to coincide roughly in time, but genuinely one interconnected event, a single, sprawling, multi-causal collapse touching an enormous swath of the ancient world within the same narrow historical window. The tools available to archaeologists have also transformed enormously across this same period, and each new technological advance has added new layers of evidence, sometimes confirming earlier theories, sometimes complicating them in ways nobody had anticipated. Radiocarbon dating, developed in the late 1940s, gave archaeologists for the first time a genuinely independent, scientifically rigorous method for establishing when specific destruction layers actually occurred, rather than relying entirely on comparing pottery styles or cross-referencing uncertain ancient chronologies. Dendrochronology, the tree ring dating we discussed in an earlier chapter, added an entirely new, remarkably precise climate record that simply didn't exist as a research tool until relatively recently. DNA analysis, still being actively applied to skeletal remains from this period even now, has begun to offer genuinely new insight into population movements, helping researchers trace, with a level of precision, earlier generations of archaeologists could never have imagined, where specific groups of people actually originated and where their descendants eventually settled, adding real scientific weight to questions that had previously rested almost entirely on more circumstantial evidence like pottery-style comparisons and place name etymology. I find something quietly moving in this accumulation of method and evidence, layer upon layer, generation upon generation of patient scholarly work. No single archaeologist solved this mystery. No single excavation, however dramatic, delivered a complete answer. It took a French archaeologist noticing an unusual stone in a Syrian farmer's field. It took a Turkish sponge diver noticing something strange glinting on the seabed off a rocky headland. It took geochemists extracting sediment cores from the bottom of the Sea of Galilee decades later, using equipment and techniques nobody working in the 1930s could have imagined. It took Egyptologists patiently translating hieroglyphic inscriptions carved into temple walls, and it took Hittite specialists spending entire careers learning to read a cuneiform script that had been completely unreadable to anyone for over 3,000 years, until scholars gradually, painstakingly cracked its grammar and vocabulary in the early 20th century. Each of these separate threads of work, conducted by people who in many cases never met each other, working decades and sometimes entire generations apart in different countries, funded by different institutions, speaking different scholarly languages, has gradually been woven together into the single interconnected story we've been exploring together throughout this entire journey. And I think that process itself, patient, incremental, collaborative across generations in a way none of the individual researchers could have fully anticipated when they began their own small piece of the work, mirrors, in its own way, something true about the civilization it's describing. Just as the late Bronze Age world was held together by countless individual threads of trade and diplomacy and shared technical knowledge, none of which any single participant fully controlled or fully understood, our modern understanding of that world's collapse has been assembled the very same way, one small contribution at a time, by people who each held only a fragment of the larger picture, trusting, in their own way, that their fragment would eventually connect to something larger than themselves. Let me share a few of the surprising specific details this century of patient work has actually turned up, the kind of small facts that don't always make it into the broader narrative, but that I think add real texture to the picture, the kind of detail that makes ancient people feel suddenly startlingly close rather than distant and abstract. There's a tablet from Ugarit's archive that isn't a royal letter or a diplomatic treaty at all, but something far more mundane, a schoolboy's exercise, practicing his cuneiform signs, the same kind of repetitive handwriting drill that children have been assigned by teachers in every literate culture throughout history. Somewhere in that burning, collapsing city, in its final years, a child was still sitting through ordinary lessons, still being taught to write neatly, still, presumably, being told by some patient adult that this skill would matter for his future, a future that the city itself would not actually have much longer to offer him. There's evidence, too, of specific individual craftsmen whose personal stories survive in unusually vivid fragments. At one Cypriot site, archaeologists found a bronzesmith's workshop abandoned mid-production, tools still laid out on the workbench, an unfinished bronze object still sitting in its mould, as though the smith had simply stepped away for a moment and never returned. We don't know his name, we don't know exactly what happened to him. But the physical evidence of that interrupted, unfinished piece of work sits there still, a small, silent, deeply human punctuation mark at the end of an entire civilization story. There's also this detail, which I think about often, the very last Linear B tablets from the palace at Pylos, the ones accidentally preserved by the fire that destroyed the palace and baked its clay archive solid, include entries recording the movement of bronze workers and the allocation of rowers to ships, seemingly organised in preparation for some kind of defensive mobilisation. Some scholars read these final administrative records as evidence that the palace administration was aware in its very last days that some kind of threat was approaching and was actively, methodically trying to organise a defence, right up until the moment the fire that would end the palace and preserve these very tablets describing that defence finally arrived. I find that detail almost unbearably poignant the more I sit with it. A bureaucracy, doing exactly what bureaucracies are built to do, tracking resources, allocating personnel, preparing as best it could for a crisis it seems to have at least partially recognised was coming, right up until the very fire that ended it also, by pure accident, preserved the evidence of its own final, careful, ultimately unsuccessful attempt to prepare. This is, I think, part of why this particular ancient mystery has held such enduring fascination for scholars, and increasingly for a much wider audience beyond academic archaeology. It isn't simply a story about a distant, unknowable ancient world collapsing for reasons too alien to fully understand. The more closely you look, the more human it becomes. Schoolchildren practicing their handwriting, bronzesmiths interrupted mid-task, palace administrators trying, with the tools and the information available to them, to organise some kind of defence against a threat whose full scale and true nature they could never have fully grasped from where they stood, inside their own moment, without any of the benefit of the 3,000-year hindsight we now bring to their story. We know so much more now than any single person living through this collapse could ever have known. We can trace tree rings and pollen cores and shipwreck cargo manifests across 1,000 miles of ancient trade routes. We can read letters from kings who never knew each other's ultimate fate. We can compare destruction layers from a dozen different sites scattered across 3 modern countries, layers those individual ancient communities had no way of knowing were part of the very same interconnected pattern. And even with all of that accumulated knowledge, patiently gathered across more than a century of careful, collaborative, cross-generational scholarly work, we still can't offer a single, definitive, universally agreed upon answer to the question of exactly why this particular world came apart when it did. Maybe that's not actually a failure of the research. Maybe that's simply an honest reflection of how genuinely complicated the true answer actually is. Chapter 13. The Harbour, Remembered. Let's go back to Ugarit one more time, because I think it deserves to be the place we return to before we let this story settle. The way the reference points in any good long story eventually circle back to where they began. Picture the harbour as it must have looked in its final good years, before any of the destruction we've spent so long describing had actually arrived. Ships from a dozen different ports crowd the water, their hulls dark with pitch, their holds loaded with exactly the kind of cargo we found preserved on the Uluburun wreck. Copper ingots stacked in neat rows, jars of wine and olive oil sealed with clay stoppers, bundles of dyed wool, small clay tablets recording contracts and debts between merchants who might speak entirely different languages, but who had, over generations, developed shared commercial customs, precise enough to conduct business reliably across those language barriers anyway. Along the docks you would have heard a genuine mixture of languages, Ugaritic, the local Semitic language of the city itself, alongside Akkadian, the diplomatic lingua franca of the entire ancient Near East, alongside Hittite, alongside the languages of Aegean traders, alongside Egyptian, merchants haggling over prices, dock workers hauling cargo, officials recording each shipment on wax-covered wooden writing boards, the same kind of folding writing board found among the Uluburun wreck's cargo, meant to be quickly notated and just as quickly erased and reused for the next transaction. Above the harbour, the city itself rose in tiers, mud brick houses climbing the gentle slope away from the water, the royal palace visible near the top, its walls plastered and painted in the bright, confident colours that archaeologists have found traces of even in the burned and collapsed ruins that remain today. Temples to Baal and Dagon, and other deities of the local pantheon, stood prominently within the city, their altars maintained by priests whose families had likely served the same temples for generations. Somewhere in the palace complex, scribes worked in a dedicated archive room, filing away diplomatic correspondence, commercial contracts, religious texts, and administrative records in an organised, deliberate system that modern archaeologists, discovering it thousands of years later, would find remarkably legible and well preserved, compared to many other ancient archives, precisely because the very fire that destroyed the city also, through the strange alchemy of accidental preservation we've discussed several times now, baked its clay tablets hard enough to survive completely intact, buried and protected beneath the collapsed rubble of the building that once housed them. This was a real place, filled with real people living real ordinary lives layered on top of the extraordinary cosmopolitan wealth their city's position as a trading crossroads had generated. Children ran through these same streets we've been imagining. Fishermen brought their catch in from the harbour each morning. Weavers sat in courtyards spinning wool exactly the way we described several chapters ago, producing cloth for their own families and in some cases for trade as well. None of them, on any ordinary morning, had any particular reason to believe that this specific arrangement of streets and harbour and palace and temple, this specific rhythm of daily life that had held steady, with only minor variations for generations before them, was anything other than simply how the world worked, permanently, the unquestioned backdrop against which their own individual lives, joys, worries, and small daily dramas would continue to unfold. And then it ended, within what the archaeological evidence suggests was likely a single violent episode, or at most a short, compressed sequence of episodes occurring close together in time. The letters we've read throughout this story, the pleas for military aid, the king explaining that his own forces were away defending Hittite territory, the queen's anxious, unanswered request for information about enemy ships sighted at sea, These were written in the final months, perhaps even the final weeks, of a city that had otherwise functioned in recognisable form for many centuries before that. I keep returning to this image, this harbour, because I think it captures something essential about what actually gets lost in an event like this. Something that dry statistics about destruction layers and 90% site abandonment rates, however useful for establishing the scale of the collapse, can't quite convey on their own. What was lost wasn't simply a set of buildings, a particular arrangement of stone and mud brick that could theoretically, given enough time and resources, be rebuilt in roughly the same form somewhere else. What was lost was a specific, living, breathing community, its particular mixture of languages, its particular religious traditions, its particular commercial relationships built up over generations of trust between specific trading families, its particular way of organising daily life around the rhythms of the harbour and the seasons and the agricultural calendar. That specific configuration, once broken, could never actually be fully reconstructed, even by later peoples who might eventually settle somewhere nearby, because a living community isn't simply a set of buildings and technologies that can be copied. It's a web of relationships and shared memory and accumulated trust, built up slowly, generation by generation, and genuinely irreplaceable once it's gone. This is, I think, part of what makes this particular ancient mystery resonate so strongly even now, 3,000 years later, for people living in an entirely different kind of world, facing entirely different kinds of challenges, not because the specific causes are likely to repeat themselves in exactly the same form. We're not, most of us, dependent on a single rare metal alloy requiring 3,000-mile supply chains the way Bronze Age civilization depended on tin and copper, but because the underlying pattern, the fundamental relationship between complexity, interdependence, and fragility that this whole story has traced, remains genuinely relevant to how we think about our own deeply interconnected modern world. We live, now, inside our own version of that same fundamental tension. Modern global trade networks, modern financial systems, modern agricultural supply chains, modern information networks are all, in their own 21st century way, exactly as interdependent, exactly as specialized, exactly as dependent on countless individual links holding steady simultaneously, as the Bronze Age trade network that carried tin and copper across 1,000 miles of sea and mountain caravan routes. We benefit enormously from that interdependence, the same way Bronze Age civilization benefited enormously from its own version of it. Genuine, extraordinary prosperity, genuine cultural exchange, genuine innovation flowing along the connections between distant, specialized regions, each contributing what they do best. And we carry, quietly, largely unexamined most of the time the way it was largely unexamined by the Bronze Age kings, writing their confident diplomatic letters, exactly the same kind of systemic fragility that made a convergence of climate stress, trade disruption, and population displacement so devastating for that earlier interconnected world. I don't say this to be alarmist, and I don't think that's really the spirit of this story anyway. Sitting here together in the quiet 3,000 years removed from the actual crisis, safely on the other side of a collapse that has already happened and already, eventually given rise to new civilizations that eventually gave rise, through an unbroken, if often difficult thread, to our own. I say it because I think there's something genuinely valuable, something worth carrying with you as you drift towards sleep tonight, in simply holding both truths together at once, the way this whole mystery ultimately asks us to. Complex interconnected systems are extraordinarily good at generating prosperity, at spreading innovation, at connecting distant peoples in webs of trade and culture, and shared knowledge that no single isolated community could ever achieve alone. And those same systems, by their very nature, carry a particular kind of fragility that simpler, less connected systems don't have to face in quite the same way. A fragility that mostly stays invisible, mostly stays comfortably theoretical, right up until the specific unlucky moment when multiple pressures happen to converge at once, faster than the system's normal recovery mechanisms can absorb them. The people of Ugarit didn't know, on any of those ordinary mornings we've been imagining, that their harbour's particular combination of prosperity and fragility would eventually prove fatal. They simply lived, as best they could, inside the world they'd been given, the same way all of us do, inside whatever particular arrangement of complexity and interdependence happens to define our own moment in history. That isn't a failure of foresight on their part. It's simply the ordinary condition of being human, living forward through time without the 3,000-year hindsight that lets us now, looking back, trace the whole shape of their story from beginning to end. The harbour is quiet now, and has been for a very long time. Where merchant ships once crowded the water, there is mostly just a gentle Mediterranean tide, moving in and out against a coastline that looks, to the casual modern visitor, like any other stretch of pleasant, sun-warmed Syrian shore. The city itself is a low mound, grass-covered in places, marked out by careful excavation trenches that reveal, to anyone willing to look closely, the ghostly outlines of streets and walls and the burned foundations of a palace whose scribes once filed letters describing enemy ships on the horizon, letters that we, 3,000 years later, are still reading, still turning over slowly in our minds, still trying, with every tool modern archaeology and modern science can bring to bear, to fully understand. Chapter 14. Other Endings, Other Echoes. I want to widen the lens once more before we begin settling toward the close of this story, because I think there's something quietly clarifying about placing the late Bronze Age collapse alongside other, later collapses that later civilizations experienced in different times and different places for reasons that turn out to rhyme, in surprising and sometimes unsettling ways, with almost everything we've already discussed. Consider the classic Maya collapse, occurring roughly 2,500 years after our own story, across the 9th and 10th centuries of the modern era, in what is now Guatemala, Belize, and southern Mexico. For centuries, the Maya had built extraordinary cities across the lowland tropical forest, Tikal, Copan, Palenque, cities with monumental pyramid temples, sophisticated astronomical calendars, and a complex hieroglyphic writing system that recorded royal genealogies and historical events with real precision. And then, over the course of roughly a century, city after city was gradually abandoned, monumental construction stopped, populations declined dramatically, and much of the lowland region reverted to forest, with only scattered smaller populations remaining among the overgrown ruins of what had once been thriving urban centres. Modern research into the Maya collapse has identified, remarkably, almost exactly the same category of contributing factors we've spent this entire story exploring in the Bronze Age context. Tree ring and lake sediment evidence points to a series of severe droughts affecting the region during precisely the period when the collapse was unfolding. Maya agriculture, like Bronze Age Mediterranean agriculture, had expanded to support large, dense urban populations during good climate years, leaving relatively little slack to absorb a sustained run of poor growing seasons. Evidence of increased warfare between rival Maya city-states appears in the archaeological and inscriptional record right around this same period, suggesting that competition for increasingly scarce resources may have intensified conflict in ways that further destabilized an already strained political system. And the elaborate, specialized Maya political and economic structure, built around powerful, semi-divine kings whose legitimacy depended partly on their perceived ability to secure agricultural prosperity and divine favor, may have proven especially vulnerable to exactly the kind of sustained environmental crisis that eroded that legitimacy faster than any single king could realistically restore it. Does this sound familiar? Drought-stressing an agriculturally dependent civilization, warfare intensifying as resources grow scarce, a specialized political and economic system built for prosperity, proving especially fragile once that underlying prosperity could no longer be reliably sustained. This is, almost point for point, the same underlying pattern we traced across the entire second half of this story, playing out again, independently, in a completely different part of the world, among people who had no possible historical connection to the Bronze Age Mediterranean at all, separated by an ocean and by more than 2,000 years. Consider too the Indus Valley civilization, flourishing across what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, roughly 1,000 years before our own central story, with sophisticated cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, featuring advanced urban planning, standardized weights and measures, and extensive trade networks reaching as far as Mesopotamia. This civilization also experienced a gradual decline and eventual collapse, and while the specific evidence remains somewhat less complete than what we have for the Late Bronze Age Mediterranean, current research points toward a combination of climate shift, specifically weakening monsoon patterns that had previously supported the region's agriculture, alongside possible changes in river courses that disrupted the water supply these carefully planned cities depended on. I could keep going. The Western Roman Empire's long, complicated decline across the 4th and 5th centuries of the modern era, involving climate shifts documented in newer research, plague outbreaks including the devastating Antonine and Cyprian plagues, military pressure from displaced peoples migrating westward under their own environmental and political pressures, and increasing strain on an elaborate specialized imperial administrative and economic system that had, much like the Bronze Age palace economies, grown remarkably efficient at generating prosperity during good conditions, while simultaneously becoming less resilient to sustained, compounding disruption than a simpler, less centralized political arrangement might have been. I don't share these parallel stories to suggest that history simply repeats itself in some mechanical, predetermined way, or that every civilization is somehow doomed to follow an identical script toward eventual collapse. Human history is far too varied, too shaped by genuine contingency and specific local circumstance, for that kind of deterministic reading to hold up under real scrutiny. Plenty of sophisticated, complex civilizations have weathered serious environmental and political stress without experiencing anything resembling the kind of comprehensive collapse we've spent this entire story exploring. China's various dynastic transitions, for instance, while certainly involving real disruption and real hardship, generally preserved much more underlying continuity of language, writing, and cultural tradition across even quite severe political upheavals than what we see in the near-total discontinuity that followed the Bronze Age collapse in Greece and Anatolia. And what I do think these parallel stories illustrate, though, is something more modest, but, I think, genuinely important. Certain specific combinations of pressure, sustained climate stress arriving during a period of high population density and deep economic specialization, compounded by warfare or migration that further strains an already stretched system, appear across wildly different times, places and cultures to produce broadly similar outcomes. Not identical outcomes in every specific detail, but a recognizable family resemblance in the underlying pattern. Gradual weakening of centralized institutions, increasing internal and external conflict over shrinking resources, and eventual fragmentation into smaller, less complex, less interconnected political units, followed, often after a genuinely difficult transitional period, lasting anywhere from decades to centuries, by the slow emergence of new political and cultural forms that eventually rebuild some version of complexity and prosperity, though rarely in exactly the same shape as what came before. This pattern, appearing independently across the Bronze Age Mediterranean, the classic Maya lowlands, the Indus Valley, and the Western Roman world, among people who in most cases had no direct historical connection to or awareness of each other's experience, suggests something worth sitting with quietly, I think, as we move toward the close of this particular story. It suggests that what happened around 1177 BC was not some uniquely strange, uniquely inexplicable historical anomaly, isolated from any broader pattern in how complex human societies actually tend to behave under sustained compounding stress. It was instead a particularly well-documented, particularly dramatic example of a pattern that appears to be a genuine recurring feature of how complex, specialized, interconnected civilizations respond when multiple serious pressures happen to converge within a relatively narrow window of time, faster than the normal, gradual mechanisms of adaptation and recovery can keep pace with. There is, I think, a kind of quiet comfort available in recognizing this broader pattern, even though the pattern itself describes genuine catastrophe and genuine, often permanent loss. It tells us that the people who lived through the Bronze Age collapse were not uniquely foolish or uniquely unlucky in some way that set them apart from every other civilization in human history. They were, instead, experiencing something that appears to be a genuine, recurring structural vulnerability built into the very nature of complex, interconnected societies themselves, a vulnerability that has appeared again, independently, in civilizations separated from Bronze Age Ugarit by thousands of miles and thousands of years, and that will very possibly, in some future form we cannot yet fully anticipate, appear again someday in whatever specific new configuration, complexity, and interdependence happened to take by that point. That isn't a reason for alarm sitting here together in the quiet 3,000 years removed from the actual crisis. It's simply, I think, an honest, clear-eyed way of understanding what this whole long story has actually been about, underneath all the specific details of copper ingots and diplomatic letters and burned palace archives. Not really a story about one particular civilization's specific mistakes. A story, instead, about a pattern woven deep into the nature of complexity itself. A pattern that has appeared and reappeared across every era of human history in which people have built genuinely interconnected, genuinely specialized, genuinely prosperous societies, and that will very likely, in some quiet, patient way, continue reappearing for as long as human beings keep building societies complex enough to be vulnerable to it in the first place. Chapter 15. What we still don't know. Before we let this story settle fully into quiet, I want to be honest with you about something, because I think honesty is actually part of what makes a mystery like this worth sitting with rather than rushing past. For everything we've covered across this long, slow journey, the climate evidence, the trade networks, the desperate letters, the sea peoples, the earthquakes, the fragments of disease, there remain genuine, substantial gaps in our understanding that no amount of careful archaeology has yet managed to fully close. We still don't know, with real certainty, exactly where most of the groups collectively called the Sea Peoples originated. We have plausible connections for a few of them. The Peliset likely connected to the later Philistines, the Sherden possibly connected to Sardinia, but for others, the Danaan, the Weshesh, the precise homeland remains genuinely uncertain, argued over by specialists who have spent entire careers on exactly this question without reaching full consensus. Some scholars have proposed connections to specific regions of Western Anatolia or the Aegean Islands. Others have suggested broader, more diffuse origins spanning multiple regions simultaneously. The honest scholarly position, even now, is that we simply don't have enough surviving evidence to settle this question definitively, and it's entirely possible we never will, given how much of the relevant physical and textual evidence from this period has simply not survived the intervening 3,000 years. We still don't know the precise moment-by-moment sequence of events at most individual destruction sites. Archaeological destruction layers can tell us that a city burned, roughly when it burned relative to other nearby destruction layers, and sometimes, through details like vitrified mud brick or deliberately mutilated statues, something about the intensity and apparent deliberateness of that destruction. But they generally can't tell us exactly who set the fire, exactly how long the attack or crisis lasted, or exactly what specific sequence of decisions and events led up to that final catastrophic moment. We are, in most cases, working backward from an ending toward a beginning. We can only partially reconstruct, filling in the middle with careful, evidence-based inference rather than direct certain knowledge. We still don't know exactly how the various contributing factors we've discussed throughout this story — climate, trade disruption, migration, warfare, earthquake, possible disease — actually related to each other in specific causal terms in any particular region. Did drought directly cause the population movements that became the Sea Peoples' migrations? Or were those population movements driven primarily by other factors, with drought playing a smaller, more indirect role? Did earthquake damage at specific sites happen before, during, or after the periods of violent destruction visible in the same archaeological layers? And if before, did that earlier earthquake damage make those cities specifically more vulnerable to the later violence? Or were the two events largely unrelated coincidences of timing? These are exactly the kinds of specific causal questions that current archaeological and scientific methods, however remarkably sophisticated they've become over the past century, still struggle to answer with real certainty, because the ancient evidence itself simply doesn't preserve that level of precise causal detail in most cases. We still don't fully understand why some regions and some specific kingdoms proved so much more resilient than others, even when facing what appear to be broadly similar underlying pressures. Egypt, as we discussed, suffered serious disruption and long-term diminishment of its imperial power, but never experienced the kind of total civilizational discontinuity that struck the Hittite Empire or Mycenaean Greece. Assyria, in Mesopotamia, experienced real difficulty during the same general period, but ultimately survived as a continuous political entity, eventually growing into one of the dominant imperial powers of the following centuries. What specific combination of geography, existing political structure, agricultural resilience, or simple chance allowed some of these ancient states to weather this convergence of pressures, while others collapsed so completely, remains an active, genuinely open area of ongoing scholarly research and debate. I want to name these open questions clearly, rather than smoothing over them in the interest of offering you a tidier, more conclusive story, because I think there's something valuable in sitting honestly with genuine uncertainty, rather than pretending a mystery this old and this complex has actually been fully solved. Archaeology, at its best, is a discipline built on exactly this kind of patient, honest uncertainty. A willingness to say clearly what the evidence does and does not currently support, to hold multiple, genuinely plausible explanations in mind simultaneously without forcing a premature resolution, and to remain open to revising even long-held theories when new evidence, gathered through new methods not yet available to earlier generations of researchers, eventually comes to light. And new evidence really does keep coming to light, even now, more than a century after Claude Schaefer first knelt beside that Syrian farmer's plough furrow. New excavations continue at sites across the region. New scientific techniques, from increasingly sophisticated DNA analysis to improved methods for extracting climate data from ever more precise natural archives, continue to refine and sometimes genuinely revise what earlier generations of scholars believed they understood with confidence. It's entirely possible, even likely, that some significant portion of what feels like settled, well-supported theory in this story we've told together tonight will itself be revised, refined, or in some cases substantially rethought by archaeologists working decades from now, using tools and evidence that don't yet exist, the same way our current understanding has already substantially revised and refined what scholars believed a century ago, when this collapse was still understood mostly as a scattered set of disconnected, individually mysterious regional declines, rather than a single interconnected story spanning an entire ancient world. I find something quietly comforting in that ongoing, unfinished quality, honestly, rather than finding it frustrating the way an unresolved mystery might otherwise feel. It means this story isn't actually closed. Somewhere, right now, a graduate student is probably examining a newly excavated tablet, or a research team is extracting a new sediment core from some lake or cave system we haven't yet fully studied, gradually adding one more small piece to a puzzle that has already taken more than a century of patient, collaborative, cross-generational work to assemble this far, and that will very likely continue being assembled piece by piece, layer by careful layer, for a very long time still to come. The people who lived through this collapse, writing their desperate letters, tending their household shrines, weaving their cloth in courtyards near a harbour that would soon burn, could never have imagined that 3,000 years later, strangers speaking languages that didn't yet exist in their own time would still be carefully, patiently, respectfully, trying to understand exactly what happened to them and why. There is something in that long, patient attention, stretched across so many centuries, so many generations of careful scholarly work, that feels to me like its own quiet form of remembering, not a complete answer, not a fully solved mystery, but a genuine, sustained act of attention, offered across an almost unimaginable span of time to people who otherwise might have simply vanished from memory entirely, the way so much of what they built and believed and hoped for very nearly did. Chapter 16. The Sea That Watched It Happen. There is one more presence in this entire story that I haven't given quite enough attention to yet, even though it sits at the centre of almost everything we've discussed. The sea itself. The wide, warm, glittering Mediterranean, the water that carried the copper and the tin, the water that carried the diplomatic letters between kings who never met, the water that eventually, in those final desperate years, carried the ships that brought destruction to harbour after harbour along its own coastline. I think there's something worth sitting with, quietly, in the fact that the very thing which made this civilization so extraordinary, so wealthy, so genuinely cosmopolitan for its era, was the same wide, indifferent body of water that eventually carried its unravelling as well. The sea doesn't choose sides. It doesn't distinguish between a merchant ship loaded with tin bound for a bronzesmith's furnace, and a vessel loaded with displaced families searching, out of genuine desperation, for somewhere new to settle. It simply carries whatever is placed upon it, indifferent to cargo, indifferent to intention, connecting distant shores with the same patient, tireless motion, whether that connection happens to bring prosperity or catastrophe. Picture it now, calm, at dusk, the way it must have looked on so many thousands of ordinary evenings across the centuries this civilization thrived, long before any of the crisis we've spent this whole story describing began to gather. Fishing boats returning to harbour, their catch glinting silver in shallow baskets. The last merchant ships of the day easing toward their moorings, sailors calling to each other in half a dozen different languages, the easy, practiced calls of people who had done this same work, in this same harbour, more times than they could count. Somewhere on the hillside above, the palace windows catching the last orange light of the setting sun, the whole scene settling, as it did every single evening, into the ordinary, unremarkable rhythm of a prosperous coastal city closing out another day. That same water, that same gentle, indifferent tide was still moving in exactly the same way on whatever specific evening, centuries later, when the enemy ships finally did appear on the horizon, described in that Queen's anxious, unanswered letter. The sea itself never changed. It simply kept doing what it had always done, carrying whatever was placed upon it, indifferent to the desperate hopes of the people watching from the shore, hoping, as people facing catastrophe throughout history have always hoped, that the very thing approaching across the water might yet turn out to be something other than what it actually was. I find myself thinking, too, about all the ordinary crossings that happened on this same sea in the centuries before the collapse. Crossings that left no trace at all in the archaeological or textual record, because they were simply too ordinary, too unremarkable to be worth anyone's while to write down. A sailor making the same seasonal run between Cyprus and the Levantine coast for 30 consecutive years, watching the same coastline gradually grow more familiar with each passing voyage, until he could probably recognise specific landmarks, specific stretches of shore, well enough to navigate by memory alone, without needing to consciously think about the route at all. A merchant's daughter, waiting on a dock in Ugarit for her father's ship to return from a season-long trading voyage, watching the horizon the way children have always watched horizons when someone they love is somewhere beyond it. A young sailor's first voyage, nervous and excited in equal measure, learning the specific rhythms of wind and current that would, over the following decades, become as familiar and unremarkable to him as breathing. None of these specific people left behind names we can recover, or letters we can read, or any trace at all beyond the broad general patterns of trade and daily life that archaeology can reconstruct from pottery styles, and shipwreck cargo, and household refuse. And yet they were there. All of them. Thousands upon thousands of ordinary lives lived out across the full length and breadth of this glittering, interconnected sea for centuries before any of the crisis we've spent this whole story exploring ever began to gather on the horizon. I think it's worth holding all of them in mind together, as this story begins settling toward its close. Not just the kings writing desperate letters, not just the archaeologists patiently excavating burn layers 3,000 years later, but also all those countless, nameless, ordinary people who simply lived their lives beside this same warm sea, generation after generation, doing the same kind of quiet, unremarkable work that people have always done beside the water. Fishing, trading, waiting for loved ones to return, watching the light change on the surface of the water as evening settled in, the same way it's settling in now, wherever you happen to be listening to this. The sea is still there, of course, still warm, still glittering under the same kind of evening light, still carrying ships between the same general coastlines, though the ships themselves, and the languages spoken aboard them, and the cargoes carried in their holds, have all changed almost beyond recognition across the intervening 3,000 years. Ugarit's harbour is quiet now, its ancient docks buried beneath centuries of accumulated sediment, but a short distance along that same general coastline, modern ports still function, modern ships still carry modern cargo between modern nations, following, in broad outline, some of the very same general sea routes that Bronze Age merchants once sailed, carrying tin and copper and glass ingots toward destinations we've spent this whole story trying to understand. There's something quietly hopeful in that continuity, even set against everything else this story has described. The specific civilization we've spent so long exploring together really did end permanently in ways that must have felt to the people actually living through it, like the absolute and total collapse of everything they had ever known. And yet the sea itself continued, indifferent and patient, exactly as it always had, ready, eventually, to carry new ships, new cargoes, new peoples building new versions of connection and trade and prosperity across its wide, warm, endlessly patient surface, the same way it's ready, right now, tonight, to carry whatever quiet dreams happen to drift across it while you finally let yourself rest. Chapter 17. The Weight of Silence. There's a particular kind of evidence in archaeology that doesn't get discussed nearly as often as it should, and I think it deserves its own quiet space in this story before we begin to close. It's the evidence of absence itself, not what was found in the ruins but what wasn't found, and what that emptiness, that specific kind of silence actually tells us. Consider what didn't happen at most of these collapsed sites. There are no mass graves at Ugarit, no evidence of a large-scale, organised burial of casualties following whatever violent event ended the city. There's no clear evidence of a triumphant occupying force settling into the ruins and rebuilding the city under new management, the way a conquering army might be expected to do if outright conquest and resettlement had been the primary goal. Instead, mostly, there is simply emptiness. Burned buildings, collapsed walls, abandoned tools and household goods left exactly where their owners set them down, and then, in most cases, nothing. No new construction for generations. No new population moving in to claim the valuable harbour and fertile surrounding land. Just quiet, gradual burial under centuries of wind-blown dust and slow sediment accumulation, until a French archaeologist and a Syrian farmer's plough brought it back into the light in 1929. This absence matters, I think, because it complicates the simplest possible version of the invasion story. The idea of the Sea Peoples as a straightforward conquering force, arriving with clear intent to seize and hold new territory, the way successful ancient conquerors typically did. Successful conquest throughout most of ancient history generally involved not just destroying an enemy's military capacity, but also, crucially, claiming and administering the conquered territory afterward, because that's usually the entire point of conquest in the first place, gaining new land, new resources, new subject populations to tax and govern. The fact that so many of these destroyed sites were simply abandoned afterward, rather than reoccupied and administered by whatever force had destroyed them, suggests something more complicated than straightforward territorial conquest was actually happening in at least a significant number of these individual cases. Perhaps, in some instances, the attacking groups themselves were too disorganized, too loosely coordinated, or simply too focused on immediate plunder and survival to establish the kind of lasting administrative presence that successful conquest typically requires. Perhaps in other instances the destruction itself was severe enough, the surrounding agricultural and trade infrastructure damaged badly enough, that even a successful attacking force found the conquered territory no longer worth the effort of settling and defending, at least not immediately, not until conditions across the broader region had stabilized enough to make renewed settlement viable again. Perhaps, in still other cases, what we're actually looking at isn't really conquest in any traditional sense at all, but something closer to a chaotic, desperate scramble for dwindling resources among multiple different groups, none of whom possessed the surplus strength or organization needed to establish stable, lasting control over anything, leaving behind only destruction and abandonment rather than any clear new order to replace what had been destroyed. This silence, this absence of clear reoccupation at so many sites, is part of what makes the whole picture feel less like a conventional war story, with a clear winning side eventually claiming the spoils, and more like something closer to a genuine systemic breakdown, in which even the attackers themselves may have been operating from a position of desperation and instability rather than confident, organised conquest. There's another kind of silence worth mentioning too, one that touches something we discussed earlier in this story: the 4 centuries of lost literacy in Greece following the Mycenaean palace collapse. I want to return to this detail one more time, because I think its full strangeness deserves more than a single passing mention. For 400 years, an entire region that had previously possessed a functioning, if administratively narrow, writing system produced no written records at all that have survived to reach us. 400 years of silence in the specific sense of written silence, even though we know from later archaeological evidence that people continued living in this region throughout this entire period, farming, trading on a smaller and more local scale, maintaining at least some cultural continuity with what had come before, since many of the myths and religious traditions that would later re-emerge in written form during the classical period clearly draw on much older, pre-collapse traditions. What was actually happening during those 4 centuries of silence? We genuinely don't know in the specific detailed way we know about periods with surviving written records. We can infer from later archaeological evidence and from the myths and oral traditions that eventually did get written down once literacy re-emerged, that this was a period of reduced population, reduced material wealth, and significantly reduced political complexity compared to what had come before. But the actual lived texture of those 400 years, the specific individual experiences of the people living through them, the gradual, generation-by-generation process by which a society goes from remembering, with real personal connection, the grandeur of the palace age, to eventually only half remembering it as distant legend, sung about in poems whose specific historical accuracy nobody still living could actually verify. All of that remains necessarily silent, lost to us in a way that even the most patient archaeological work can never fully recover. I find something genuinely humbling in sitting with that silence, rather than rushing to fill it with confident speculation. There are real limits to how much any civilization, however long afterward, can actually recover about a period that left behind so little direct evidence of its own inner life. We can trace the broad outlines through pottery styles and settlement patterns and comparative population estimates. We cannot recover the specific individual human experience of what it actually felt like to live through those 4 centuries, generation after generation, gradually adjusting to a diminished world that their own grandparents and great-grandparents could still remember, at least in fading outline, as something grander. This is, I think, part of the deeper mystery sitting underneath everything else we've discussed throughout this entire story. Not just what caused the collapse, though that question alone has occupied us for a very long time now, but also quietly, underneath that larger question, a smaller, gentler, perhaps ultimately unanswerable one. What was it actually like, moment by moment, generation by generation, to live through the long, slow aftermath of a world that had ended, carrying forward whatever fragments of memory and skill and hope could be carried into a diminished present that nonetheless, eventually, patiently, across 4 centuries of silence, found its way back toward light, toward writing, toward the recovery of stories worth telling, worth carving permanently into the historical record for people like us 3,000 years later to eventually find and read and carry forward once again. Chapter 18, What the Objects Remember. I want to spend this next stretch of time with the small things, not the grand narrative of empires and climate systems we've spent so much of this story on, but the individual objects themselves, the small, specific, physical fragments that survived against enormous odds across 3,000 years of burial, rediscovery and careful excavation, and that now sit, mostly unnoticed by the casual visitor, in museum cases in Turkey, Syria, Cyprus, Greece and Egypt. There is a small ivory head found among the ruins of Ugarit, carved with delicate, careful precision, showing a woman's face with an expression that has been described by more than one archaeologist as almost startlingly serene, especially given the violence that eventually overtook the city where it was found. We don't know who carved it, or who it was meant to represent, or how it came to be lying in the rubble of whatever room it was found in. It simply survived, this one small deliberate act of careful craftsmanship, outlasting the entire political and economic system that had made its creation possible in the first place. There is a cache of gold jewellery found at a Mycenaean site, buried carefully, deliberately, in a way that suggests someone hid it, intending to return for it later, perhaps as their home city came under threat, perhaps in the specific chaotic days we've spent this whole story trying to reconstruct. That person, whoever they were, never returned to retrieve what they had hidden. We don't know if they died in the destruction, or fled and simply never made it back, or perhaps survived somewhere else entirely, living out the rest of their life at a safe distance from a home they could never safely revisit. The gold itself, meanwhile, sat quietly in the earth for 3,000 years, waiting for an archaeologist's careful trowel to finally bring it back into the light. There is a small clay figurine, found in what was likely a household shrine, showing a mother goddess figure of the kind common across household religion throughout this entire region. It's a small, unremarkable object by the standards of grand archaeological discovery, mass-produced rather than individually carved, the kind of modest religious object an ordinary family might have kept in a household niche for protection and blessing, exactly the kind of household shrine we described several chapters ago in the ordinary courtyards of ordinary Bronze Age families. And yet it survived, this small, humble object of quiet daily faith, long after the palace treasures and royal archives that usually attract the most scholarly and public attention. I find myself drawn to these smaller, humbler objects more than the grander discoveries, honestly, the more time I spend with this story. The Uluburun shipwreck's 10 tons of copper ingots tell us an enormous amount about the scale and sophistication of Bronze Age trade and rightly deserve the scholarly attention they've received. But it's these smaller, more intimate objects, a serene ivory face, a mother's hidden jewellery never reclaimed, a humble household shrine figurine, that seem to carry somehow more of the actual felt texture of individual human lives lived out against the backdrop of this larger, more impersonal historical story. Consider too the objects that tell us about ordinary work rather than wealth or religion. Bronze fish hooks found in coastal settlements, worn smooth from years of use before whatever event ended their owner's ability to keep using them. Loom weights, dozens of them sometimes found together in a single collapsed room, marking exactly where a weaving workshop once stood. The specific pattern of their arrangement on the floor, sometimes still legible enough for archaeologists to reconstruct roughly how many looms had been operating simultaneously, how many hands had been working there, on whatever ordinary morning eventually became the last ordinary morning that workshop would ever see. Simple clay oil lamps, their wick holders still faintly darkened with soot from the very last time they were lit, centuries before anyone alive today was born. Each of these small objects represents a moment of ordinary human intention, interrupted. A fisherman who expected to use that hook again tomorrow. A weaver who expected to finish that piece of cloth by the end of the week. A family who expected to light that lamp again that same evening, the way they had lit it every evening before without any particular reason to imagine that this specific evening might be different from all the ordinary evenings that had come before it. There's something in the accumulated weight of all these small, interrupted intentions, gathered together across dozens of destroyed sites spanning the entire eastern Mediterranean, that I think captures the true scale of this collapse better, in some ways, than any of the larger statistics we discussed earlier in this story. 90% of major sites destroyed or abandoned is a genuinely staggering number, but it can also, precisely because of its scale, become almost abstract, difficult to hold in mind as anything more than a distant historical statistic. A single fish hook, worn smooth by a specific pair of hands that stopped using it on some specific, otherwise unremarkable day, brings that same vast historical statistic back down to a scale the human heart can actually feel, rather than merely understand intellectually. Museums today display these objects when they display them at all, usually behind glass, carefully labelled with catalogue numbers and brief descriptions of their approximate age and find spot. Most visitors walk past them fairly quickly, understandably drawn instead toward the larger, more visually dramatic artefacts, the gold jewellery, the elaborate painted pottery, the monumental statuary. But I think there's something worth pausing for, worth genuinely sitting with, in these smaller, humbler fragments too. Each one represents a specific person, whose name we will never know, whose face we will never see, whose particular hopes and worries and ordinary daily concerns we can only faintly imagine, but who was without any doubt exactly as real, exactly as fully alive, exactly as certain that their own ordinary morning would simply continue into another ordinary afternoon, as any of us are right now, in whatever quiet room you happen to be resting in as you listen to this. That, I think, is ultimately what all of this careful archaeological work, all these small preserved fragments, are actually offering us if we're willing to receive it. Not simply data points in a larger historical argument about climate and trade and warfare, though they are certainly that too. But also quietly, underneath all the scholarly analysis, a genuine act of remembrance. extended across 3,000 years toward people who could never have imagined that anyone, in any future era, would ever care enough to carefully excavate their fish hooks and loom weights and household shrine figurines and hold them up to the light and try, as honestly and as carefully as possible, to understand something true about the specific, ordinary, irreplaceable lives those small objects once belonged to. Chapter 19. A Question Without a Villain. We're nearing the end of this long, slow journey now, and I want to use this last full chapter to gather together the threads we've been following all this time, gently, without rushing, the way you might gather loose thread at the end of a long piece of weaving, checking that nothing important has been left dangling before the final knot is tied. We began at a plough furrow in Syria, a farmer cursing a stone that turned out not to be a stone at all, and from there we traced the outline of an entire vanished world, a ring of interconnected kingdoms around a warm, glittering sea, trading tin and copper across thousands of miles, exchanging daughters in marriage to seal alliances between kings who called each other brother, filling their palace archives with careful records of olive oil rations and bronze inventories, believing, as every prosperous, confident civilization throughout history has believed, that their particular arrangement of things was simply how the world worked, permanently, the settled and unquestioned backdrop against which their own smaller individual lives would continue to unfold. We looked closely at the astonishing complexity that held this world together. A single merchant ship's cargo drawing raw materials and finished luxury goods from Africa, the Baltic, Italy, Egypt, and the Aegean all at once, requiring supply chains stretching thousands of miles just to bring one sword's worth of bronze into a soldier's hand. We sat with the quiet dread of the surviving diplomatic letters, kings and queens writing desperate requests for information and assistance that, in case after case, appear to have arrived too late or gone entirely unanswered. We spent real time with the ordinary people behind this larger story. The weavers, the fishermen, the schoolchildren practicing their handwriting, the bronze smith who stepped away from an unfinished piece of work and never returned to complete it. And we examined, one at a time, patiently, without forcing a premature resolution, each of the major theories archaeologists have proposed to explain why this whole extraordinary, interconnected world came apart within the span of a single difficult human lifetime. The evidence for sustained multi-generational drought, drawn from tree rings and lake sediment and cave formations, 3 independent scientific methods converging on the same unsettling conclusion. The evidence for genuine disruptive population movement, the sea peoples arriving not necessarily as a single coordinated invasion, but as a diffuse, overlapping wave of displacement, many of them likely fleeing conditions in their own homelands not so different from the crisis they eventually helped deepen elsewhere. The evidence for earthquake activity clustering unusually intensely across exactly the same decades, and for disease possibly moving quietly along the very trade routes that had once carried nothing but prosperity. None of these theories, on their own, fully explains everything the archaeological record shows us. And that incompleteness, I think, is itself the deepest and most honest answer this mystery has to offer, even after a century of patient, careful, genuinely brilliant scholarly work. This was not a story with a single villain, a single decisive battle, a single catastrophic natural disaster that we can point to and say, here, this is where it all went wrong. It was instead a genuine convergence, multiple independent pressures, each one individually survivable, arriving together within a compressed window of decades, compounding each other faster than any of the normal recovery mechanisms built into this extraordinarily sophisticated, extraordinarily interconnected civilization could possibly keep pace with. I think there's something worth carrying with you into whatever rest comes next, in sitting with that particular kind of answer, rather than wishing for a simpler one. Most of the genuinely difficult things in life, and certainly most of the genuinely difficult things in history, don't actually resolve into clean stories with clear villains and clear turning points. They resolve instead into exactly this kind of tangled, overlapping convergence of factors, each one reasonable and survivable on its own terms, compounding each other in ways that nobody involved, however capable, however well-intentioned, could have fully anticipated or fully controlled. The kings and queens whose letters we've spent so much time with throughout this story were not fools. They were not careless or foolish or asleep at the responsibilities of their positions. They were doing, as best they genuinely could, exactly what capable, responsible rulers in their position were supposed to do, using diplomatic and administrative tools that had worked reliably for generations before them, facing a convergence of pressures that no version of their own historical experience could possibly have prepared them to fully anticipate. That, I think, is worth remembering, worth holding on to gently as we move toward the close of this story. Sometimes the world simply changes faster, and in more overlapping, compounding ways than even the most capable people, using the best tools available to them, can adequately respond to. That isn't a comfortable truth. But I think it's an honest one, and I think honesty, even about difficult things, is ultimately more restful to sit with than comfortable stories that don't quite hold up under closer examination. And yet, alongside that honest, difficult truth sits another one, equally true, equally worth carrying with you. The thread of human continuity, however thin, however strained across those difficult transitional centuries, didn't actually break. Somewhere in the ashes of Ugarit's burned palace, an alphabetic writing innovation quietly outlived the specific city that had developed it, threading forward through Phoenician traders into essentially the entire modern alphabetic tradition. Somewhere across 4 centuries of Greek silence, stories about a lost golden age were being carried forward, patiently, through nothing but human memory and the disciplined art of oral storytelling, until literacy itself was eventually reinvented, and those same stories finally were written down, permanently, in what would become one of the foundational texts of an entirely new civilization built on the ruins of the old. This is, I think, the fullest, most honest shape of this entire mystery, gathered together now at the end of our long, patient walk through it. A world of extraordinary complexity and extraordinary interdependence, genuinely, comprehensively collapsing under the weight of multiple compounding pressures that arrived together faster than anyone living through them could have possibly anticipated. And yet, underneath that collapse, a quieter, more patient thread of human resilience and human memory, carrying forward whatever could be carried, rebuilding, slowly and imperfectly, something new out of the ruins of something that could never quite be restored to its original form. Both of these things are true at once. The ending was real, permanent, and devastating for the people who lived through it, and the continuation, however diminished, however different from what came before, was also real, patient, and, in its own quiet way, genuinely hopeful. Chapter 20. Letting the question rest. I want to slow down even further now, because we're close to the place where this story naturally wants to end, and I think the ending of a story like this should feel less like arriving somewhere and more like gently setting something down. Let's return, one final time, to that image we began with. A French archaeologist kneeling beside a plough furrow in a Syrian field, brushing dust from a fragment of clay that would turn out to be the edge of an entire vanished world. I think about Claude Schaeffer often when I sit with this story, not because his particular discovery answered every question we've spent this whole journey exploring, but because of what his patient, careful attention represents. He knelt down beside something small and easily overlooked, and he took the time to actually look closely, rather than walking past the way countless other people, over countless other years, undoubtedly had. That kind of patient attention is, I think, ultimately what this entire mystery asks of us too. Not a demand for a final, tidy answer, because we've spent long enough with the evidence now to understand that a final, tidy answer probably isn't available and possibly never will be, but an invitation, instead, to simply pay attention, carefully, patiently, to a world that very nearly vanished from memory altogether, and that survives now only because generations of careful, curious people were willing to kneel down beside its scattered fragments and look closely. We've walked through the drought that dried the rivers and stunted the wheat, decade after decade, until even the mighty Hittite Empire found itself writing to a former rival, asking for emergency grain. We've walked through the trade networks so intricate that a single merchant ship might carry cargo gathered from 7 different cultural regions spanning 3 continents, and we've felt, I hope, something of how fragile that same intricate beauty made the whole system underneath its glittering surface. We've read the letters, the ones that arrived too late, the ones that were never answered at all, the Queen asking simply for information about ships on the horizon, information that never came. We've sat in courtyards with weavers and fishermen and children playing with small clay animals, none of them aware that the ordinary morning unfolding around them was, in fact, one of the last ordinary mornings their particular world would ever know. And we've considered patiently one theory after another, the sky turning against them, the ground shaking beneath cities already weakened by hunger, waves of displaced people arriving from across the sea themselves, fleeing some version of the same underlying crisis, disease perhaps moving quietly along trade routes that had once carried nothing but prosperity. None of these explanations, standing alone, tells the whole story. Together, woven into the kind of convergence we've spent so long describing, they come as close as 3,000 years of patient archaeological work has managed to come toward answering a question that may, in its fullest sense, never be completely answered at all. I think that incompleteness is actually part of what makes this particular mystery so well suited to carry with you into sleep. A story with a single, definite, fully resolved answer closes itself off in a certain sense once you reach the end. There's nowhere further for your own mind to wander once the final piece clicks into place. But a story like this one, genuinely unresolved even after a century of careful, patient scholarship, leaves a kind of quiet, open space behind it. A space your own mind can continue drifting through gently, without urgency, without needing to reach any particular conclusion. The way water continues moving quietly across a wide, warm sea, long after the ships that once crossed it have gone. Somewhere, right now, in a museum case in Turkey or Syria or Cyprus or Greece, a small clay tablet sits behind glass, its careful cuneiform marks recording some ordinary commercial transaction between two merchants who have been dead for 3,000 years, who could never have imagined that their small, unremarkable business record would someday be the only trace of their existence to survive into a future so distant they had no words to even conceive of it. And somewhere else, buried still, unexcavated, waiting patiently in the dark earth beneath some quiet, unremarkable field, there are almost certainly more fragments like it, more small pieces of this vast, still not fully assembled mystery, waiting for some future person, perhaps not yet born, to kneel down, brush away the dust and look closely enough to notice. Let the mystery rest there, gently, unresolved, the way the sea itself rests this evening, against whatever shore is nearest to you now. Chapter 21, 3,000 Years, Measured Slowly. Before I let this story rest entirely, I want to spend a little more time with something we've mentioned throughout this whole journey, but never quite paused to properly feel: the sheer, almost incomprehensible span of time separating us from the events we've spent so long exploring together. 3,000 years. Say it slowly and let it sit for a moment. It is a span of time so long that it swallows the entire history of the Roman Empire, rise and fall together, more than twice over. It is longer than the gap between us and the pyramids of Giza were themselves already ancient to the very people we've spent this whole story describing. Remember that detail from earlier, the fact that Karnak's temples were already 1,000 years old to the last generation of Bronze Age Egyptians, the same way the Bronze Age world itself is now 3 times that distance removed from us. Try to hold that nested quality in your mind for a moment, the way you might hold a set of Russian dolls, one span of deep time folded inside another. The builders of Karnak looked back with their own sense of ancient wonder on monuments and stories from a past that felt to them impossibly distant, half legendary, difficult to fully imagine as belonging to real people who once lived ordinary lives. And now we look back, across an even greater distance, at those very builders of Karnak and at the Hittite scribes and at the Ugaritic weavers, with exactly that same sense of impossibly distant half-legendary wonder, struggling, the same way they once struggled looking backward at their own ancient past, to fully imagine that these were real people, living real ordinary textured lives, not simply characters in a story we tell to help ourselves fall asleep. And yet they were real, every single detail we've walked through together across this long journey. The desperate letters, the burned palace archives, the small ivory face carved with an expression of startling serenity, the fishhook worn smooth by a specific pair of hands, represents genuine, particular, irreplaceable human experience, every bit as real and as textured and as full of ordinary daily concern as your own life feels to you, right now, in this quiet moment before sleep. I think there's something worth sitting with gently in that recognition. The scale of deep time can feel abstract, almost dizzying, when you try to hold the full 3,000 years in mind all at once. But underneath that abstract scale, at every single point along that vast span, there were always specific individual people, living their lives one ordinary day at a time, the exact same way we do now, entirely unaware that their particular moment would eventually recede into what would someday feel, to some future listener drifting towards sleep, like impossibly distant half-legendary history. This is true, I think, not just of the Bronze Age world we've spent so long exploring, but of every single moment along that entire 3,000-year span connecting their time to ours. The Roman legionary standing watch on some cold northern frontier, entirely unaware that his empire's fall would someday feel, to future historians, like a dramatic turning point in a story he himself experienced as simply another difficult ordinary posting. The medieval scribe copying a manuscript by candlelight, entirely unaware that his careful, patient work would someday be treasured as a precious artifact from what future people would call, somewhat dismissively, the Dark Ages. Each of these moments, when you're actually living inside it, feels like simply the present, ordinary and unremarkable, and, in its own way, endlessly detailed, exactly the way this very moment, right now, feels to you as you listen. Someday, impossibly far in the future, this very moment tonight will itself recede into exactly this same kind of deep, half-legendary distance. Whatever specific details define your own particular life right now, the specific room you're resting in, the specific sounds and worries and quiet hopes filling this particular evening, will someday feel, to some future person we cannot yet imagine, exactly as distant, exactly as difficult to fully picture as real, lived experience as the Bronze Age world has felt to us across this whole long journey together. I don't say this to feel unsettling, though I understand it might land that way at first. I say it because I think there's something genuinely comforting in the end, in recognizing that every single moment across this vast unfolding span of human time has always felt, to the people actually living inside it, exactly as immediate, exactly as real, exactly as worth caring about as this very moment feels to you now. The weaver in Ugarit's courtyard was not living inside a museum exhibit, patiently waiting to become ancient history. She was living inside her own ordinary Tuesday, worrying about ordinary things, hoping for ordinary small pleasures, the same way you are right now, worrying and hoping your own way through this particular evening. That continuity, stretched impossibly thin across 3,000 years and yet somehow, still, genuinely unbroken, is perhaps the truest and gentlest thing this whole long mystery has to offer, as we finally let it rest. Chapter 22. The Last Light Over the Water. Let your breathing settle now, if it hasn't already, because we're nearly at the place where this story wants to close, and I want the last stretch of it to feel less like information and more like simply resting somewhere quiet together. Picture, one more time, that harbour we visited earlier, not on its final violent evening, but on any of the countless ordinary evenings that came before it, stretching back generation after generation, further than any single memory could reach. The light is fading now, the way it fades every evening, everywhere, the same warm amber softening slowly into blue. The last fishing boats are coming in, their hulls dark against water that's gone the colour of hammered bronze itself, catching the very last of the sun. Somewhere up the hillside, oil lamps are being lit one by one in the windows of ordinary houses, small points of warm light appearing gradually across the darkening slope, the way stars appear gradually across a darkening sky. Inside one of those houses, a family is finishing their evening meal, simple bread and olives and whatever the day's fishing brought in, the sounds of the day slowly settling into the quieter, softer sounds of evening. Somewhere else, a scribe is setting down his stylus for the night. The clay tablet he's been working on left to dry slowly on a shelf, its careful marks recording nothing more dramatic than an ordinary shipment of wool waiting to be filed away in the morning among 1,000 other equally ordinary records. None of them know, on this particular evening, whichever evening this happens to be among the countless ordinary evenings this city enjoyed across its long, prosperous life, that anything unusual is coming. There is no dramatic music building in the background of their lives, no sense of foreboding hanging over the quiet rhythm of the evening. There is only the ordinary, gentle unwinding of another day, exactly the same as the day before it, exactly the same as 10,000 days before that. All the way back through generations, this particular family has lived beside this particular harbour. This is the image I want to leave you with, more than any of the destruction we've spent so long carefully examining together. Not the burning, not the desperate letters, not the mutilated statues or the vitrified mud brick walls. Simply this, an ordinary evening, softening gently into night, in a city that had every reasonable expectation, built on centuries of accumulated experience, that tomorrow would unfold exactly the same way today had. Children asleep in upper rooms, lamps burning low in kitchens, the sound of water moving gently against the harbour's stone edges, patient and unhurried, the way water has always moved, everywhere, across every single evening in the entire history of this warm ancient sea. Whatever eventually came for this particular evening, whatever crisis or convergence of crises eventually brought this specific rhythm to its permanent end, it had not yet arrived on this particular night. On this particular night, there was only rest, ordinary and unremarkable and, in its own quiet way, genuinely precious, the way ordinary rest always is, whether we happen to notice its preciousness at the time or not. I think that's where I want to leave this story, gently, without forcing any further conclusion. Not with the ending, though we've walked through that ending carefully and honestly together, because I think honesty matters even in a story meant to help you sleep. But with this quieter, earlier image instead, an ordinary evening softening into night, in a world that didn't yet know what was coming, living instead inside the simple, unremarkable, deeply human rhythm of another day quietly closing, another lamp being lit, another meal being shared, another child being tucked gently into rest. Let that be the last image this story leaves with you tonight. Not the collapse, just the evening before it. Warm light fading slowly over calm water, lamps glowing one by one across a darkening hillside. And somewhere, in a small upper room, in an ordinary house near an ordinary harbour, someone very much like you 3,000 years ago, finally letting themselves rest. Chapter 23, What We Carry Forward. There is one last thread I want to leave you with, before we let this whole long story finally settle into quiet. It's a small thing, easy to overlook amid everything else we've covered, but I think it might be the gentlest, truest thing this entire mystery has to offer. Throughout this story, we've talked a great deal about what was lost: kingdoms, cities, an entire elaborate way of organising society around palace bureaucracies and long-distance bronze trade. We've talked about writing systems disappearing for 400 years, about a queen's unanswered letter, about a bronze smith's unfinished work left sitting on a workbench that no one ever returned to. Loss has been, honestly, one of the central threads running through nearly everything we've explored together tonight. But I want to end instead with what quietly, patiently, against every reasonable expectation actually survived. The alphabet you would use, if you were writing down your own thoughts about this story tomorrow, traces its lineage back through Greek adaptation, through Phoenician trade networks, to exactly the kind of alphabetic writing innovation that scribes in Ugarit were experimenting with in the final centuries before their own city burned. Every letter of it, however transformed and adapted across 3,000 years of continued use, carries forward some faint echo of a solution those long-vanished scribes worked out simply because it made their own busy trading city's daily record-keeping a little more efficient. The very idea of a formal negotiated peace treaty between two sovereign powers, the kind now symbolically represented at the United Nations, traces its most famous ancient example back to a Hittite king and an Egyptian pharaoh, two rulers whose empires would, within a few generations, both be permanently transformed by the very collapse we've spent this whole story examining, and who could never have imagined that their careful, practical diplomatic document would someday stand as a symbol of humanity's oldest recorded attempt to resolve conflict through negotiation rather than endless war. The stories themselves survived too, threading forward through 4 centuries of oral silence into Homer's epics, into the foundational literature of an entirely new Greek civilization that would eventually give rise to philosophy, to democracy, to entire traditions of thought and art that continue shaping how billions of people understand the world today. None of that later flourishing was inevitable. It emerged slowly, patiently, out of genuine hardship and genuine loss, carried forward by ordinary people across genuinely difficult centuries who simply kept doing what humans have always done in the aftermath of catastrophe: rebuilding, adapting, telling their children the old stories, finding new ways to accomplish what the old, more elaborate systems could no longer provide. I think this is, in the end, the quiet lesson worth carrying with you into sleep tonight. Civilizations really can fall, comprehensively, in ways that feel, from the inside, like an absolute and permanent ending. We've spent this whole long story looking honestly at exactly how and why that happened, without flinching away from the genuine scale of what was lost. But loss, even total, catastrophic loss, is very rarely the final word. Something always carries forward, even if it's not what anyone expected, even if it takes centuries to become visible again, even if the people doing the carrying never fully understand, in their own lifetime, what exactly they're preserving for some distant future they'll never personally see. The weaver in her courtyard, the scribe practicing his careful signs, the fisherman coiling his nets at the end of another ordinary day, none of them knew they were living inside what would someday be called history. They were simply living, the way all of us simply live, one ordinary day folding into the next, doing what needed to be done, hoping for small, ordinary good things, worrying about small, ordinary difficult things, entirely unaware that their particular moment would someday become a mystery 3,000 years in the making, patiently pieced back together by strangers who would never stop finding it worth the careful, respectful effort of trying to understand. Let that be enough for tonight. Not a final answer, because we've been honest with each other throughout this whole story about how much of this mystery still resists a final answer. Just this instead, a quiet, patient confidence that whatever specific things eventually change, whatever specific worlds eventually end, something worth carrying forward always finds its way through, carried gently, generation after generation, by ordinary people simply doing their best with whatever they've been given. Rest now, slowly, completely. The harbour is quiet. The lamps are burning low, one by one, gently going dark. And somewhere, far beneath the ground, in the dark, patient earth, everything that needs to be remembered is already safely held, waiting, the way it always has for whoever comes looking next, whenever that quiet, patient someone finally arrives. Chapter 24. A Question for the Dark. There's one small, quiet thought I want to leave turning gently in your mind before we finally close, something we haven't quite said outright yet, though I think it's been sitting underneath this whole story from the very beginning. Every single theory we've walked through together tonight, the drought that dried the rivers, the ships that arrived on horizons where no ships were expected, the ground that shook beneath cities already weakened by hunger, the disease that may have moved quietly along trade routes built for prosperity rather than contagion. Every one of these theories describes a world that was, in its own way, simply unlucky. Not foolish, not careless, simply caught, through no particular fault of its own, in a convergence of pressures that arrived together faster than any civilization, however sophisticated, could reasonably have been expected to withstand. I think there's a kind of tenderness available in that recognition, if you're willing to sit with it gently rather than turning it over anxiously. The people of this vanished world were not being punished for some specific failure of wisdom or virtue. They were simply living, as all of us do, inside a world whose deeper patterns none of us can ever fully see from the inside, doing the best they could with the tools and the knowledge available to them, the same way every generation in every era, including our own, does exactly the same thing, working with whatever understanding happens to be available in our own particular moment, unable to fully see the larger currents moving underneath our own daily lives. That's not a frightening thought, even though it might sound like one at first. I think, held gently, it's actually a very restful one. It means you don't need to carry the weight of needing to see everything, anticipate everything, control everything, in order to be living your life well. The kings and queens whose letters we've read throughout this story were doing exactly what capable, thoughtful people do. They wrote to their allies. They sent help where it seemed most needed. They kept their records carefully, maintained their trade relationships faithfully, raised their children with as much love and care as any parent in any era has ever managed. And when the larger convergence of pressures finally arrived, faster and more complete than anyone could have reasonably prepared for. That wasn't a judgment on any of the careful, ordinary, loving things they had done along the way. It was simply the shape the world happened to take in that particular place at that particular time. You are not responsible for seeing every current moving beneath the surface of your own life either. None of us are. We simply do what we can, with what we have, in the particular moment we happen to be living through, and that is genuinely enough. It was enough for the weaver in her courtyard. It was enough for the fisherman coiling his nets. It is enough for you too, tonight, resting here, letting this long, slow story finally settle into quiet around you. Somewhere, far away across an ocean of time, that ancient harbour is still catching the very last light of an evening that ended 3,000 years ago. And somewhere very close, right here, right now, your own evening is settling too, gently, the way every evening eventually does, into rest. Chapter 25. The last word, unwritten. I keep returning one final time to that unsent letter in the kiln at Ugarit, because I think it holds something worth carrying with you all the way into sleep. A message, prepared with care, intended to reach someone who might have helped, still sitting in the fire meant to harden it for its journey, when a different, much larger fire arrived instead and made that journey unnecessary forever. We will never know exactly what that letter said, beyond the general shape scholars have reconstructed from similar surviving correspondence of the period. We will never know if the person who wrote it survived what came next, or what became of them afterward, whether they escaped by sea, or found refuge inland, or simply became part of the great, largely undocumented scattering of displaced people who quietly rebuilt smaller, humbler lives somewhere else entirely, their names never recorded, their specific stories never told, but their descendants, quite possibly, continuing on regardless, carrying forward some small, unremembered thread of a civilization that history would later describe as having simply ended. I think about that unfinished letter often, the way you might think about any small, unresolved detail from a story that continues to occupy a quiet corner of your mind long after the story itself has technically concluded. There is something in its very incompleteness, its permanent state of having almost arrived, that feels true to the whole shape of this mystery we've spent so long exploring together. So much of what we know about this collapse exists in exactly this same suspended, unfinished state. Clues gathered patiently across a century of careful work, theories proposed and revised and proposed again, evidence pointing in multiple directions at once without ever quite resolving into the single, satisfying, complete answer that a simpler story might have offered. And yet somehow that incompleteness doesn't feel like failure, the more time I spend sitting with it. It feels, instead, like an honest reflection of how history actually works, underneath the tidier narratives we sometimes prefer. Real events, real human lives, rarely resolve into clean, complete stories with every loose thread carefully tied off. They simply happen, messily, unpredictably, shaped by forces too large and too numerous for any single person, living through them in real time to fully perceive or fully understand. And afterward, we do our patient best, generation after generation, to gather up whatever fragments survive and hold them gently, and try to understand as much as the available evidence will honestly allow, without forcing a false completeness onto a story that never actually had one. That unsent letter will remain, forever now, exactly as it was found, its message never delivered, its intended recipient never reached, its specific content lost to us even as its general existence tells us something true and something moving about the person who wrote it, someone who still believed, in that final ordinary moment before everything changed, that tomorrow would come and that their careful words might still matter to someone somewhere, waiting to receive them. Let that belief rest gently with you now, into whatever sleep comes next. Not because we know how the story ended for the person who wrote it, but because that quiet, hopeful, entirely ordinary act of writing a letter, believing in a tomorrow, reaching out towards someone who might help, is itself something worth remembering, worth carrying forward, exactly the way this whole long story has been carried forward, fragment by careful fragment, across 3,000 patient years, into this quiet room tonight, where you're finally letting yourself rest, unhurried, unburdened, and entirely gently safe. Chapter 26, Returning to the Furrow. We started this whole story in a specific place, and I want to return there now, one last time before we let everything finally go quiet. A farmer's field near the Syrian coast. A plough, moving through soil that had been turned every season for longer than anyone in that particular village could remember. And beneath it, waiting patiently in the dark, a city that had been sleeping there since long before Rome existed, since long before most of the languages spoken in that region today had even begun to take shape. I think about that farmer sometimes, the one whose field it was, the one who had been cursing that particular stone for years before Claude Schaefer ever arrived to look at it properly. He wasn't an archaeologist. He wasn't searching for anything except a clear furrow and a good harvest. And yet his ordinary everyday frustration with an inconvenient obstacle in his field turned out to be the thread that finally unravelled an entire vanished world, bringing it back gently, patiently, into a light it hadn't seen in nearly 3,000 years. There's something quietly beautiful in that, I think. The rediscovery of this whole enormous, complicated, still not fully resolved mystery didn't begin with some grand, deliberate scholarly expedition setting out specifically to find it. It began with ordinary, unglamorous, everyday persistence. A farmer simply trying to get his field ready for planting. The same essential work that farmers in that same general region had been doing, generation after generation, since long before the Bronze Age world we've spent this whole story exploring ever existed in the first place, and that farmers there continue doing still, today, their ploughs occasionally turning up fragments of a past even older and stranger than the one we've spent tonight together exploring. The soil keeps its secrets patiently, the way it always has, releasing them slowly, a little at a time, to whoever happens to be paying close enough attention, whenever they happen to come looking. Ugarit waited nearly 3,000 years to be found. There is very likely more still waiting somewhere in that same soil, or in soil like it's scattered across the whole wide arc of coastline this story has carried us along tonight. Patient fragments of lives and stories we haven't yet uncovered, held gently in the dark, in no particular hurry, the way the earth itself has never been in any particular hurry, content to simply hold what it holds until someone, someday, comes looking with the patience and the care required to notice. That patience feels like the right note to carry with us now, into whatever rest comes next. Not urgency, not the need to resolve every remaining question before we can finally let go. Just the same quiet, steady patience the earth itself has always shown, holding its buried stories gently for as long as it takes, trusting that eventually someone will come along willing to kneel down, brush away the dust, and look closely enough to understand. Chapter 27. One last walk through the ruins. Let me take you on one final slow walk before we close this story completely. Not through the grand halls of a palace, not through the burned wreckage of a harbour city under siege, but simply through the quiet, ordinary ruins as they exist today, the way a visitor might wander through them on an unremarkable afternoon, 3,000 years after everything we've discussed tonight actually happened. You would walk first along a low mound, grass growing in patches across old stone foundations, the outline of streets still faintly visible if you know how to look for them, worn smooth by wind and centuries rather than by footsteps. A guide might point out the low remains of what was once a grand entrance, the base of columns that once supported a roof long since collapsed, a threshold worn down not by 3,000 years of tourists, but by the ordinary comings and goings of a busy household, centuries before the fire that ended it all. Further along you would come to what was once the archive room, marked now only by a low, unremarkable depression in the ground, a plaque perhaps noting briefly, in a language none of the original inhabitants would have understood, that this was where thousands of clay tablets were found, preserved by the very fire that destroyed everything around them. You might stand there for a moment, in the warm afternoon sun, trying to imagine the scribes who once worked in that space, their careful hands shaping wet clay into careful signs, filing away letters and contracts and records with a diligence that assumed, reasonably, that their work would matter for years, for decades, for generations to come. You would walk down, eventually, toward what was once the harbour, though the sea itself has receded somewhat over the centuries, leaving the old harbour stones stranded some distance from the current shoreline, a reminder that even the coastline itself is not as permanent as it might feel on any given ordinary day. Standing there, looking out at the same general stretch of water that once carried merchant ships loaded with tin and copper and Baltic amber, you might feel, if you let yourself, something of the vastness of everything this story has tried to hold together tonight. The trade routes stretching thousands of miles, the desperate letters, the ordinary families going about their ordinary lives, all of it settling eventually into this quiet, grass-covered stillness. And then you would walk back slowly toward wherever your own ordinary evening was waiting for you, carrying with you perhaps some small, quiet sense of having stood, however briefly, inside a story far larger and far older than any single visit could ever fully hold. That is, I think, the truest gift this kind of ancient mystery can offer any of us. Not a final answer, just a widening, gentle and unhurried of how far back and how deep the ordinary human story actually reaches, waiting patiently the whole time for us to come looking. Chapter 28. A final, quiet accounting. Let me leave you with a short, gentle tally before we close, gathering together, one more time, the small facts and quiet wonders this story has carried along the way you might gather smooth stones from a beach before turning to walk home. A city that vanished so completely its very name was nearly lost, rediscovered by a farmer's ordinary plough. A shipwreck holding cargo from 7 distinct cultures, resting undisturbed on the seabed for over 3,000 years, until a sponge diver noticed something glint beneath the waves. A treaty between 2 ancient kings, inscribed in 2 languages, now hanging as a symbol of diplomacy in a building neither king could ever have imagined. A writing system, born from the practical needs of busy merchants, quietly seeding the alphabet still used to write these very words. 400 years of silence in Greece, broken finally by the same old stories, carried forward the whole time by nothing but human memory and patient voice. A palace archive, accidentally preserved forever by the very fire that destroyed it. A letter still sitting in its kiln, its message never delivered, its hope never quite extinguished either, only interrupted permanently mid-sentence. 90% of the great cities of an entire glittering world, gone or diminished within the span of a single difficult human lifetime. And yet, somehow, not everything. Somewhere in all of that loss, threads carried forward anyway, quietly, patiently, unpredictably, into the world we know now, the alphabet in your own language, the diplomatic instincts of nations still trying, however imperfectly, to resolve conflict through negotiation rather than endless war. The old habit of telling stories about heroes and floods and vanished golden ages, stories that may, in their own distorted way, still be remembering something true. That is the whole of what this mystery has to offer, gathered now into these last few quiet lines. Not a solved case, not a tidy ending, just a wide, deep, patient story about how very much can be lost, and how, somehow, against every reasonable expectation, something almost always finds its way through anyway, carried gently forward by ordinary people simply doing what they can, one quiet evening at a time, the same way you are doing right now, letting this whole long story settle, finally into rest, gently, without any need to hold on to a single piece of it more tightly than sleep will allow. Chapter 29. Before you close your eyes. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over a story once every thread has finally been laid out, gently, one after another, without rushing toward a conclusion that was never going to arrive in a single tidy piece anyway. That is the quiet I want you to notice now, settling slowly over this whole long night, the way dust settles, patiently, over centuries, over a city that has finished, for now, telling us everything it currently has to tell. One very last thought, small and quiet before we finally let this whole long night settle. Think for a moment about how strange and how wonderful it actually is that any of this reached you at all. A city burned in a coastal region of what is now Syria, more than 3,000 years ago. Its ashes lay undisturbed, patiently, through the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, through the spread and reshaping of entire religions, through the invention of the printing press, through wars and empires and inventions that would have seemed like pure magic to anyone living in that Bronze Age harbour. And then, in 1929, a plough struck something unusual, and a careful, curious person knelt down to look closer, and slowly, Patiently, piece by piece, the story found its way, eventually into a video you happen to choose tonight, in whatever quiet room you're resting in now, on whatever ordinary evening this happens to be for you. That is an extraordinary chain of small ordinary acts of attention, stretched across 3,000 years and thousands of miles, ending here, now, with you. A farmer noticing a stone, an archaeologist choosing to look closer, a century of careful excavators, translators and scientists, each adding one more small piece to a picture none of them could see completely on their own. And now, finally, you, listening quietly, letting the whole long story wash over you, gently, as sleep begins to arrive. I think that's a good note to end on, honestly, not the collapse itself, as important as it was for us to understand honestly and carefully tonight. But this instead, the quiet, patient, almost accidental way that attention, offered generously across centuries by people who never met each other, can carry even the most distant, most nearly forgotten stories all the way forward into a moment like this one, warm and quiet, right before sleep. Rest well. The harbour is still there somewhere, holding its long, patient silence, and you can let it hold that silence a little longer now, while you finally close your eyes. Nothing more needs to be understood tonight. Nothing more needs to be solved. Nothing more needs to be carried except your own tired, ordinary breathing, slowing gently the way every ordinary evening eventually slows, all the way down into rest. Chapter 30. The Weight of an Ordinary Day. I want to close finally with one more small, quiet observation, because I think it captures something true that runs underneath this entire long story, from the very first image of a farmer's plough to this last quiet moment now. Every single object we discussed tonight, the ivory face carved with its strange serenity, the loom weights left hanging mid-task, the schoolboy's handwriting exercise, the unfinished bronze object still sitting in its mould, was, on the ordinary day it was made or used or set aside, simply a small, unremarkable part of someone's unremarkable afternoon. Nobody carving that ivory face imagined it would someday sit behind museum glass, studied by strangers speaking a language that didn't yet exist. Nobody weaving cloth at that loom imagined their work would someday be reconstructed, thread by careful thread, by archaeologists trying to understand exactly how many hands had been working in that room on the day everything changed. This is true, I think, of almost everything that eventually becomes history. It begins as nothing more than an ordinary day, indistinguishable at the time from all the ordinary days before and after it. Nobody living through it knows, in the moment, which particular Tuesday will turn out to matter, 3,000 years later, to someone lying quietly in the dark, listening to a story built entirely out of fragments that survived by accident, preserved not because anyone intended them to be remembered, but simply because the specific conditions of fire and burial and rediscovery happen to align in exactly the right way, across exactly the right span of centuries, for someone to eventually notice. There is something quietly freeing in that thought, I think, as we finally let this whole story rest. You don't need to know, right now, which of your own ordinary days will matter later, or whether any of them will matter to anyone beyond yourself and the people who love you. You simply need to live them, the way the weaver lived hers, the way the scribe lived his, the way the farmer with his stubborn plough lived his, fully and ordinarily and without needing to perform significance for some imagined future audience. That is enough. It was enough for all of them. It is enough for you too tonight, as this long, patient story finally gently comes to rest, one quiet breath at a time, one small, ordinary moment folding softly into the next. Sleep well. Let the harbour keep its light a little longer, low and warm against the dark water. Let the mystery rest exactly where it is, unhurried, unresolved, and entirely enough for one quiet night. Chapter 31. The Tide Still Turning. Just one more small moment before we truly close. Imagine the tide along that same ancient coastline tonight, thousands of miles from wherever you're resting now, moving in and out against the shore exactly as it always has, indifferent to the empires it once carried, indifferent to the letters it once bore between distant kings, indifferent even to the archaeologists who now study its old harbour stones with such careful, patient attention. The tide doesn't know it was once part of a mystery. It simply moves, the way it has always moved, the way it will keep moving long after every name in this story, every king, every scribe, every archaeologist, every one of us listening tonight has become, in turn, a quiet fragment of someone else's distant history. There is something restful in that thought, I think, rather than something sad. The tide's patience is not indifference in a cold sense. It is simply the deep, unhurried rhythm underneath everything else, the steady pulse that outlasts every rising and falling civilization, every burned palace, every rebuilt city, every quiet century of silence eventually broken by new voices, new stories, new light. Let that same steady, patient rhythm carry you now, gently, the way it carried an entire vanished world through centuries of prosperity, and eventually, through its long, difficult ending, the way it will carry whatever comes long after this particular story has finally been told, all the way to its close. The mystery remains gently unresolved exactly as it should, and that tonight is exactly completely enough. Somewhere the water keeps moving. Somewhere the old stones keep their silence. And somewhere here, in this quiet room, you're already halfway to sleep, carried gently along by nothing more than an old story, patiently told about a world that ended and the small stubborn threads that somehow, quietly, carried forward anyway. Let your shoulders soften, let your breathing slow. The tide will still be there in the morning, and so, quietly, will everything else that matters. Final act, the quiet after. Somewhere still, that unfired letter sits in memory, its message never delivered, its words never quite reaching the person they were meant for. Somewhere, still, a harbour catches the last light of an evening that ended 3,000 years ago, lamps glowing one by one across a darkening hillside, a family finishing a simple meal, entirely unaware of what the coming seasons would bring. Somewhere, a farmer's plough moves through soil that has been quietly holding an entire vanished world for longer than any living memory can reach, patient, unhurried, waiting for whoever comes looking next. We never did arrive at a single final answer to why it all came apart. The drought that dried the rivers, the ships that appeared where no ships were expected, the ground that shook beneath cities already weakened by hunger, the letters that went unanswered. None of these threads, alone, explains the whole of it. Together, gathered gently, they come as close as 3,000 years of patient, careful attention has managed to come. And maybe that's enough. Maybe some mysteries are meant to stay a little open, a little unresolved, so that your own mind has somewhere quiet and spacious to keep wandering, long after the facts themselves have been set down. Let the ship stay on the horizon, neither fully arrived nor fully turned away. Let the letter stay in the kiln, warm, unfinished, still full of a hope that never quite got to travel where it was going. Let the lamps keep burning low in that hillside city, one more ordinary evening, held gently, forever, just before the ending that none of them yet know is coming. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us keep making more content. See you in the next one. And before you drift off completely, I'd love to know, if you had to leave everything behind tomorrow with only enough time to grab one small, ordinary thing from your own home, what would it be? Take your time answering, if you answer at all. There's no hurry tonight, and there never really was. Not even 3,000 years ago, not even in that last quiet evening before everything changed. Just this, the ordinary, patient unfolding of one more evening gently into rest.